Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick are here. What?
Did you need to look up there for the
wondering if he thought
I
it
was
was
saying
.org.
it, and it didn't feel right for some reason. I don't know why.
You got to make sure it's not a .gov. .tv.
.com, Everlevel.
.com, baby.
Everlevel. Guys, I, over the weekend, in between all the basketball, watched the first 3 episodes of The Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah, he did.
Of the whole show?
Yeah.
Back in season 1?
Are you proud of me?
Very.
I'm very
Thank you.
proud.
What do you think?
I love it so far.
Yeah,
Good.
of course you do.
Yeah.
It's a great
Good.
show.
It's good.
How long until you start saying, come on now?
Has Uncle Baby Billy showed up?
Uncle Baby Billy has arrived for his first episode. Yeah, he's a pretty funny guy.
Come on now.
He was hanging out in that tub drinking that milk with his
I know,
girlfriend with the messed up teeth.
Yep.
That's
Come
all I know
on, now.
about Uncle Baby Billy.
It's me, Uncle Baby Billy.
Love Uncle Baby Billy.
How you going? How's that going?
I
there,
always
John?
find it to be, good when you recommend a show to somebody and then they say, wow, I watched it and I really liked it. Thank you for that recommendation. So I'm telling you, thank you for that recommendation.
I'm glad
All
you're
of you.
enjoying it.
I am.
I'm glad you're enjoying
I
it.
love this. I love hearing these things. I love hearing these words.
I need to go back and watch seasons 2 and start 3. I never went back to it. I love the show. I just didn't.
Last night there were funny lines again on the new episode.
I keep forgetting there's new episodes, so I'm behind.
Well, now you have time.
There's
I
3
do.
episodes so far this year.
I've only seen one.
The final season. The final season of Righteous
John is no
Gemstones.
longer basketball.
Is it
filled.
canceled
Oh.
or is that just the story?
They said we want to do 4 seasons.
I respect that.
Wow,
'Cause
you
there
are
are
done with
4
hoops.
seasons.
You are done with basketball.
It's all over.
It's football season on the ground.
It's absolutely not.
No, it is
Baseball,
not.
Josh. Baseball.
We're
It
not
is
doing that.
definitely not football season.
It is. People are saying it. They had football practice today.
If a football practice happened and nobody saw it, did it really happen?
Great question.
It's a great
Matt Rule saw it.
Matt
Yeah,
Rule
but
sees a lot of things. He
He
says a lot
does,
of
and
things.
he sees things in a really weird way.
And then he talks about them on
On
podcasts.
podcasts.
Yeah.
Loves talking.
He does.
I'm kind of, this is going to be the most refreshing spring ever because I won't feel like I necessarily need to be like that engaged.
Why is that? Why?
There's no spring game. There's no
What
way
does
for
that
me
to do
judge
with
it.
anything?
We don't really need we
Well,
have
there's
Michael.
the Husker games. We love the Husker
Yeah,
games.
but no,
yeah,
I want
that's
to. I think that's a good topic to unpack. Why do you feel like you have to be less engaged when there's not a
It does
game
feel
at the
less important for
That's
some
wild. It's the
reason.
same thing as it always
I
is.
know.
There's just not a game at the
it
end.
proves once again the fact that this exercise isn't always the most necessary in the world.
Yeah,
What
spitball is
exercise?
totally stupid to talk about.
Yeah.
What exercise? Talking
The
about it?
No. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Talking about the practice.
Wow.
They're not practicing for anything for
They are.
several months.
You still got to practice, though, John.
Great.
You start prepping for
It-
basketball season
it-
in the summer.
Do we
even
talk
though it's
about
months away?
fall
But we
baseball?
don't talk about it here on the show. I don't
No,
talk
because
about my
we don't talk
preparation.
about regular baseball.
Yes,
on
we
the
do.
show.
We love baseball.
We love baseball. I talk about it every Tuesday.
Talk
Guess
about-
who's back tomorrow?
Well,
Barron.
were you talking
Mike
about Husker
Barron.
baseball though?
No, just baseball.
Oh,
Fall
They're
baseball.
bad.
Everybody has it.
yeah.
Husker baseball is terrible.
Yeah, they suck.
You're not
Duh.
good right now.
You could see this coming from a mile away.
a
Jack
lot of people had
Caglione,
them as favorites.
He
Will
hit
Bolt,
some dongs.
mid,
in
not even mid.
spring training.
That's awesome. Congratulations on the dongs. Those games don't matter though.
I guess
so
I
why
did
are we?
talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
You know,
So-
you could compare Husker baseball to Texas A&M baseball. They're both bad, but they were projected to be good.
Yeah, I could see
Well,
this
one
coming
was
from
projected to be a little more good than
a
the other.
little more good.
They were bad projections.
Aaron writes, the spring is incredibly important to the team and worthless word salad outside of that. I'm out on spring practice.
Yes,
talk.
good for them.
That's
Doesn't matter
actually
for us.
that is actually a very correct take. Yes, it is. It is
Josh, you
important for
don't
the
care.
team.
You don't care.
You really don't.
Be,
Yeah.
be honest.
You're
You
just
don't
trying
care.
to-
As the one who has celebrated, don't be giving us that goofy ass look. As the one who has celebrated not being conveniently in town for every spring game.
That's
You
just
don't
a game.
care.
It's just a game.
Yeah.
I love that spring ball
No,
started.
you don't.
No,
I
you
do.
don't. Stop it.
There are daily articles.
Stop it.
There are quotes. I love it. I love it. I have many things to
they're,
read.
They're recycled quotes from 2 press conferences ago.
Not true. Rules speaking tomorrow. We'll get to hear them. We'll probably play some
But
of the audio on the radio.
What?
We
Are you reading
should-
quotes from the future now?
Okay, John.
He
I
hasn't
read.
said anything today.
You didn't read Sam McEwen's Rewind today? It was good stuff. I read it yesterday. I was so football pilled. I was like, I'm going to read this now.
John,
He does
out of
put it out on
spite,
Sunday night.
we
I
shouldn't
love it.
play any Matt Rule audio until the week before this game
What do you mean?
in
That
Arrowhead.
would seem
No
difficult.
Rule audio, just to
It's-
spite Josh.
No, that'll spite us killing time on the show.
Yeah. That'll spite our
job-
listeners.
And so Josh has now said the quiet part out
Well,
loud.
yes,
We
yes.
play the Rule audio to kill time.
Yes.
on the show.
We talk about it because we have to fill 5 months of sports talk radio.
Yeah.
Baseball.
What are we going to talk about? Wrestling? No, who cares?
I do like
Well,
when
they
there's
did
only
win.
I do like when there's
Second
only
place.
like one press conference every
That's better than Nebraska football's been in a long time.
That's
I like
true.
when there's only one press conference every like 6 weeks, and then we go back to like our questions to our daily guests will be like, "Hey, remember when Rule said that before the bowl game?"
Yeah.
What are we? We're so stupid.
Yeah, they are.
You should try to ask a question tomorrow of one of your guests about it, something he said in November. Hey, remember for the UCLA
I
game?
keep going back to what he said before that UCLA game, and I just can't shake it. I can't get it out of my head.
I'm here for our audience. I just want our audience. I hope they're
I don't
listening
think
to the
our
show.
audience is that engaged in spring ball,
They're not. I've noticed. Nobody seems to care about anything.
Did you guys
anymore.
run your poll
which is
question?
fine. I'm fine with it.
Do you
Which one?
care? Don't you run a poll question
Oh,
that asks if you care about things?
Is this the
Oh, we
first?
have.
The first
We already
quarter?
did phase one. No,
phase one?
we'll do phase two at the end of spring.
That's the thing.
When there's no spring game.
I wonder if we can just cancel a phase.
No,
now.
oh
yeah.
no, it's 3 phases now.
Yeah, that
I guess if
benchmark
we were
happened
to
after trading,
But
right?
if we were to cancel a phase, it'd be the one before fall camp because the one in the end of the season or the end
That
of
one
the
is
camp,
very odd.
They're
We
like a
do-
month apart.
Yeah, that we do it. Hey, it's August. Hey, it's still August. What,
I mean,
have
it
you
does-
Maybe we
changed?
only do 2 phases.
we might have
Wow. End of season, beginning of season.
End
So
of
end
season.
of previous season, beginning of new season.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. But then we wouldn't get. You have all those fun graphics.
I know.
How about
the
I'm
Kool-Aid
I'm
Man.
glad you said that they're fun because they weren't made with Canva.
They were not made with Canva.
you should make them with Canva though.
Goatva.
Maybe
Not
we
my
could do
Canva.
end of season, the beginning of summer, and then just ignore it until August, end of August.
I just look forward to the phrasing of it saying, now that the Husker games are done,
Oh
what
my
are your
gosh.
expectations on the season?
Wow.
Oh, we can include the volleyball team in it now, though. It can be all encompassing because
Well,
the
then
Husker
that's gonna
games are
con-
everybody.
That's going to
Mm.
confuse the damn result
Yeah. It's
because
People are
everyone's
pretty
going to
positive
think the
about them.
volleyball team's going to win, a bazillion games.
People are pretty positive about them.
So what do you want to talk about? We have 5 months still.
Hmm.
What do you want to do?
What do I want to talk about?
You want to come on the air and talk baseball for 4 hours
No,
every
I didn't
day?
say that. I didn't
Okay.
say that.
What do you want to do? Talk the NBA playoffs every day? You want to talk Stanley Cup playoffs every day? You want to talk Major League Baseball every day? No.
Maybe we just talk about life.
I mean, sure.
What's
Why
going
not?
on? How's your hamstring?
It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. It is what it is. 4 weeks from today. Just want to get to Boston.
Do you have your slurs memorized yet?
No,
Do you have like flashcards?
nope, no flashcards, no studying.
How's your house?
Well, you don't need to study those things that you've already memorized.
Dude.
Josh had his first house NCAA tournament experience.
Yes, it was great. So we got to here. We can talk about
Wait
something.
a second. What?
I live in a house now.
I know, but what difference does that make in terms of
Oh,
watching
The
the
bigger
it's
tournament?
couch. I have a
different.
huge couch now.
It's different.
You
Josh.
could have had the same size couch in the other place.
No way. Happer one
How
time.
big is this damn couch?
Happer, it's a sectional. Happer one time responded to a story that I had on Instagram, and he said, "Why is your couch so close to your TV?" And I said, "Because this is how big our apartment is. Now it's far away."
I didn't mean to space
Yeah.
shame you.
It's like, sheesh. That's how big my apartment is.
Okay.
So we got that, but we found this thing. Well, she found this thing. I'm not going to pretend like it was me. So, do you guys have lights behind your television? Have you ever seen this or heard about
I have
this?
seen this
Yeah,
and
I
heard
know.
about this.
Yeah.
I don't have
So
them.
I've had something around my TV for 4 or 5 years, but it's only a few colors, blue, yellow, green, whatever. And you can just make it so that
like
it
the LED lights.
Yes, it lights up behind your TV. Well, Riss found this thing where there's a camera and it points at your screen and it matches the colors of whatever is on the screen.
I've seen those. I want those.
Mm.
It rocks. So last night we were watching White Lotus, and that show is very colorful.
It enhances your experience.
I thought I didn't think
Does
I was
it?
going to like it.
I'm
Yes.
asking.
Does it?
John, I didn't think I was going to like it. Very
I've
much.
seen
I was like, That's
videos-
weird. It seemed like it was going to be distracting. It's awesome.
I've seen videos of people who have this. It is really cool because it just makes the TV seem slightly bigger.
Yeah. And also,
Mm.
I like a little ambient light in the room when I watch TV, but it's nice. It comes from behind the TV.
Wow.
you know?
Behind the TV.
It's great.
What's a good thing you didn't have these lights in the last season of Game of Thrones because it was so dark.
It would have been very dark. And so that's what happens sometimes on the darker shows. Yeah. So there you go.
You
Do you have blue blockers?
Blue blockers.
To get out the harmful television rays.
No.
before
It's
you go
just-
to sleep.
Just the blue light
just
filter.
Is Josh's TV giving off gamma rays or
It's
something?
harmful. It's very harmful.
I
You
just
stare at
read.
screens for long
No,
enough.
I read. I read a book before I go to bed.
There you go.
I have blue light filters on most of my screens.
Yeah, I don't do that.
Wow. I don't either.
Mm-hmm.
Been watching TV for 53 years. I think I've made it through this.
Your
Because
eyes
the
are
old
too far
TVs used to
gone.
blast radiation. You're probably immune to everything now.
You're damn right.
Hodson said, "Is just Josh using coach speak to get through talking about his injury? It's day to day. We'll get there. It's just day to day.
You handshake me, Matt Rule, and injuries.
yeah.
Yeah, it's coming along. We'll see.
day to day.
See
Yeah,
what happens.
it's just got to get to race day. Just got to get to.
There we
race
go.
day.
Instead of talking about spring football, we can keep previewing your way to Boston.
Yeah,
you
I'm
can
sure
do press
John-
conferences.
I'm sure John would love that.
Make a graphic. Josh's
Yeah.
daily hamstring update.
Why not?
I had a ham sandwich.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Mike says, "Can we give Josh crap for last Wednesday?
What did he do? What did Josh do
Well,
last
Couldn't
week?
get out of my neighborhood.
Made my car a disgusting, dirty mess. I felt
It's
like I
true.
was parked at Eagle
pretty
Raceway
gnarly.
for a day.
Dirt.
It was crazy
Do you
how
think-
dirty everything was.
I
Do you
know.
think the house with the sink in the bedroom had power?
Great question, Nick.
I
No
guarantee
idea.
it did.
I bet it did.
Yeah,
Because
It
underneath
sucked.
that sink was like a small nuclear generator.
And then my phones went down.
It was the most miserable shoveling experience I've ever had by far.
Shoveled. That's how I used my day of not working. I shoveled 4 times.
Yeah. Big
which
shovel.
was nice then for Thursday.
Why are you shoveling 4 times if you couldn't get out?
It never stopped snowing. It just kept snowing. It was
kept
just
snowing.
snow.
It was
I
the
thought
ne-
it was over, and then it
Because
kept
I
going.
didn't want to deal with it the next day, which was great.
Yeah, but you were out there shoveling when it was still snowing?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, it was really heavy snow, John.
Yeah, it was super heavy. I wanted to get ahead of it.
Yeah, this was the best shoveling experience.
Yeah,
I've
because
ever
you were
had.
great. You got home and it was all gone. It's wild. How it was
I
like,
had to
if, you
wash my
wait,
car though.
if you waited 2 days, you were totally fine.
Oh yeah.
Seriously.
But I wasn't going to wait 2 days.
The sun just took care of it all.
Yeah.
It was
The next
amazing.
day, seriously, the driveway was dry
So I asked
because of all the shoveling.
our head groundskeeper down at the Chuck, Dan, I said, "What did you do? How did you get this field the way it?" Because we played on Saturday.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Nothing.
Wow.
I didn't do anything.
I
I
did.
just let the sun take care of all of it." I go, "Dan, you're a genius.
Dan's gonna talk himself out of a job. We don't need you.
We need sun."
Just let the sun do all the work.
I shoveled our driveway Thursday morning before I came into work, and it was so useless. I got home and it's gone.
Yep.
Paige is like, "You didn't need to do that." I'm like, "Yeah, I just thought I was doing a good thing.
Look
Yeah.
at you. Good thing, Nick.
Great job.
I wanted you to be able to get
Great
back in the
job.
driveway."
What a wonderful job.
Mm-hmm.
It was heavy.
And now it's almost April.
And now it's almost April and everything is dirt.
Everything
We
is
live in
dirt.
dirt world.
We do need a nice rainstorm to wash all this crap away.
We do.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
We get some
I
of
think
that.
it'll just move the dirt around. It'll just make it
Think so?
muddy. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably right.
But it couldn't hurt.
It's Texas dirt. We don't know what their dirt's like.
Red dirt.
That's more of an Oklahoma thing. Texas doesn't have the red dirt, does it?
Does Texas have red dirt?
I don't
Full
know.
question.
I don't know what
think
kind of
so.
dirt Texas has, I
The
guess.
red dirt.
I don't know what kind of dirt anyone has.
Definitely see the red dirt in Oklahoma.
We're mostly clay up here, right? In this area?
Yeah, it's very.
It's like the French Open.
Very clay.
No, what? We don't have clay.
Yeah, we have clay.
Yeah, there's clay. In our dirt.
Clay, Oklahoma, clay, that's the red dirt, right?
Yeah, but we have a element of it's not as red.
Great discussion.
Not as red.
We got the gray clay.
Gray clay.
Gray clay.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Clay.
I'm
Josh.
thinking about spring ball.
You're not
being
tuned
here.
in
No,
for
you're
dirt
not.
talk?
You're not.
Dana Holgerson, baby. Is that the reason why there's not excitement? If Dana Holgerson would have been hired 3 games later, there'd be more excitement right now. But we already he's old
To
hat.
practice? Maybe.
I'm serious. There's a part of me that thinks if they would have held off until the end of the season, there would be more excitement. Or I'll throw one more at
they
you.
would have had to fire everybody because they wouldn't have made a bowl game.
Is that actually hurting interest in Nebraska football
The
right
fact
now?
that they made a bowl game.
But a crappy one. If they would have gone 5-7, would the pitchforks be out right now and people be way more engaged? But because they went to some stupid bowl game in New York City, nobody cares. I think we're onto something. I think I'm onto something.
Maybe it's best for
Oh,
everybody.
you're on something, all right.
I might be.
Hamstring.
Hamstring
Fixer.
lotion.
Medication, yes.
Hamstrings and slurs.
Yeah, I need hamstring medication.
Hamstring. That's the name of Josh's new podcast.
New podcast,
Oh.
my new running podcast.
Hamstrings and slurs.
Hamstrings and Slurs, the official Boston Marathon countdown.
It's your limited series brought to you by Chasing 3 Hours.
There we go. Good call, Nick.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spin-off podcast to a podcast. You know, every show has a companion podcast now.
That's true.
Mhm.
This is the Josh's new companion podcast. The
Mhm.
podcast for the podcast.
I'm surprised you haven't done that yet, you sicko.
No. coming near the end, I think.
It'll happen. It'll happen someday.
When you
The
upload,
end of Severance happened.
I know it did. I watched that too this weekend.
your show's over already?
Well, it's 10 episodes.
It's over.
Oh,
so what, you got to wait
10
3
weeks,
more
that
years.
episode?
for the
when
next
did
season?
that become like the magic number now? The magic number is 10.
Yeah, it used
When
to be
did that become the-
30.
Dude, that's why The Pit is wild. It's 15 in season 1. There's still 3 episodes
I don't know.
left
I
of
think
The
that was
Pit.
I think that was an HBO thing.
Yes, because Sopranos was 13, and then Game of Thrones started, and Game of Thrones was 10.
I blame England. Stay with me. So the limited series thing
I'm
was
listening.
really big in like the UK
Oh, yeah,
forever.
yeah.
And they would
The
always
Office,
do
the original Office.
exactly. They would always do 10 episodes per season,
Yep.
and then eventually we caught up
Yeah.
here.
There's a new.
I don't think that's
bastards.
catching up. I think that's reducing. It's taking away.
Well, plus it's cheaper because you don't have to spend 25
Well,
episodes worth of money.
I don't know if
True.
it is cheaper because they now spend the same amount of money they would have spent on 25 episodes on 10.
Yeah,
Are they
that's
going to
true.
have to change the bar for syndication since there's just not that many episodes per
I
season
don't know if there's going to
produced?
be much
Well,
syndication.
I was just gonna say, syndication.
There's no
gonna
point.
Die.
Yeah, there's no point in syndicating a Game of
How much
Thrones.
longer is cable
streams,
television allowed?
because-
Yes,
Right. 'Cause
everything is
literally you would have
streams.
cycled through it in a month.
Like that's why the Disney Plus Simpsons thing is kind of odd because
The
it's
channel?
like I guess somebody has to want it, but why would you just turn on the channel? Just watch episodes. Do you know about this?
No.
Disney Plus now has a channel that is just The Simpsons in chronological
It's just playing
order.
them at all times.
So for 12 days, and then it restarts. It goes all the way back. But it's like they have all the episodes. Can't you?
Like-
but some people don't like to watch. They want
I
to just
appreciate
stumble
the
upon it.
idea.
Yeah, you love stumbling on things.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I like, but it's hilarious that a streaming platform has a channel,
Yes.
which goes back to my take that I had 10 years ago, which
Which
is
is
all this just eventually just becomes cable.
It
again.
does.
All of
Oh,
these
yeah, I
streaming
know. I
all
know
of
that.
these streaming apps have versions of that. Like Paramount has that where you can just go and then just play like this is just the 2.5 Men, not 2.5 Men, but you know what I mean. Like things like that.
I didn't know that.
Pluto has a bunch of stuff like that. Samsung TV Plus.
See, but you're
That's all
describing those are pretend streaming channels. Those are things that come with your televisions. Like Paramount Plus, I didn't realize that they did.
Paramount
that.
What's
Plus
different.
Samsung TV
It's
Plus?
just, it's just when you get a Samsung, you probably have this
Yeah.
stupid.
It's
app.
like Vizio. I have a Vizio.
I kind of
So
like
do I.
Samsung TV Plus. though. It's
Vizio
kinda
always
nice.
sends me a notification. They're like, you can watch things on this TV. And I'm like, I know, it's a TV. It's seriously, it sends me a push notification.
No kidding.
Yeah, I
Well,
hate it.
You need to.
I
Well,
got to turn them off.
yeah, turn
I
off the
haven't
notification.
gotten
we
around
love
to
push
it.
notifications.
I
here at the
hate
Zone.
push notifications.
We love them from the Zone though.
Yes,
Happer.
at the Zone because they're important and good.
Yes.
Yeah, I made the mistake. 'cause
Coming
I had to-
soon to a phone near you.
I had to go in and update the MLB app.
Yes. Cubs
By
are
the
0-2.
way, shut up. By the way,
Holy God, they suck.
yeah, they do.
0-2, Josh.
By now,
Worse than the
Nebraska
Cowboys.
football starts 0-2. Rules fired.
Fire him.
They lost a split series spring training game to the Rockies.
I don't know what that
it
means.
doesn't count. By the way, T-Mobile Tuesday tomorrow for freemlb.tv.
Oh, and Farron on the same day.
And
Is
Farron
this
on
the
the same
greatest
day.
day for baseball of all time?
Probably,
And
probably
a
so.
slice of college baseball.
Creighton UNO.
Wow.
But I put my,
Da-na-na.
when I redid the app, I went ahead and I accepted the notifications on Cubs games. And yesterday I was getting notifications on random scoring in a spring training. game. I'm like,
I only
this
turned
is going off again.
I turned final scores on. That's the only thing I have on. For
I didn't have that option.
I get final
was
scores
I was disappointed.
For the Mariners and the Royals.
on the MLB app.
No, on the Action Network app.
Oh.
And the Lakers.
People got so many apps these days.
And
My
Creighton
friend to me
games
the
and
other day was
Nebraska
complaining
games.
about the score app. I go, stop having that.
Yeah, I deleted that one.
Yeah.
That
What's
was
wrong with the score? I use it all the time.
Just have ESPN.
Why?
And I like, the
the
score
Action
back.
Network app.
I like the score app better
What is it? Why is it better?
because I know where everything is.
He's been using it for years,
And
Happer.
I've been using it for years.
I guess I've been using ESPN.
And
I
I-
don't
and I
get.
think-
I turn off all notifications from ESPN because there was too many. They said-
ESPN does love notifications.
They're like, "Hey, UFC's on." I'm like, "I don't care."
I had to turn off notifications from ESPN because as far back when I was using it, they didn't have an option to hide spoilers. So like Formula One races, sometimes those happen at 2 a.m. I'd sleep through it, watch it in the morning. I'd wake up though and see this person won the race.
Wow.
Screw you, ESPN.
I
I
wonder
didn't
if
want to
there
know.
is a sicko out there who's turned on all the notifications.
Have you ever
Oh.
seen? Have you ever seen Gary's phone?
Is Gary's
Yes.
phone like peak old guy phone?
Like,
Gary,
I
it'll light up
Gary has
I
tweet notification. Like when someone tweets,
at him.
no, and at anybody, it's just a tweet. He has for certain people, the tweets are just on, and he gets notified. I'm like, what are you
His
doing?
battery has to just get slammed every single day.
How many
That's
apps on
sick.
Gary's phone do you think just install themselves? Because that's an option you have to go turn off. Like, you'll update your phone and then it just has a bunch of apps randomly.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many of those apps Gary has on his phone.
Like the ones that come with the phone.
Yes, but also sometimes some just install by themselves.
Wow.
I don't know.
I don't know about that. I don't know. I
That
don't
seems
think
pretty
about that.
sick, like sick behavior. To
He
me.
likes
It is.
notifications.
I can't stand them. Can't stand you.
Can't stand ya.
Can't stand you.
Wow.
Bad.
Yeah, it seems really odd. Really, really odd.
I just got a notification from Josh Peterson on a tweet.
I tagged you.
Yeah.
So we're doing a crossover.
A
Chance writes, I don't
retweet.
want to see Gary Sharp's phone under any circumstances. Tim says, I'm with Chance.
I wonder how many tabs he has open.
A lot of tabs.
Well, I mean, there might be some issues. You know, if you do see those things, you may be compelled to testify in a court of law.
No.
Christ compels you.
Yeah, every time we're sitting there, he's like, "Oop, phone's lighting up. Phone's
Yeah,
lighting
you do an overreaction with him, and it just is doop, 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 the whole time. Doop, 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 doop.
It's been a while, but
Been a while.
Remember when, John, your phone used to say, "Bow, bow."
it would. Yeah. It's all buzzy now.
Nice.
I
missed
was
something.
getting some things done because Josh insists we have to talk about football. So there were some charts that came out today, and Josh is gonna be very excited.
Oh,
about
he's
these
all about
charts.
these stupid spider charts.
I do
And-
actually like the radar chart.
And Heinrich
Don't be so
Harburg.
offended.
Heinrich Harburg's the subject of one of the charts.
Oh, goo!
Would you like to know?
You got
so
a tiny
bad.
spider.
Would you like to know
It honestly
that-
looks the most like an actual spider.
that if you go to Google and you type in Heinrich,
Oh no!
Himmler!
is the first
Oh no!
Under.
is the first
Under.
thing that
Designated Hitler.
autofills.
Under.
Oh, it's a designated Himmler. He was the other Mr. H.
Designated Himmler.
Oh,
That's why
wow.
people call him HH, right?
Tough look for, well,
Because when they Google his name,
Well, I
don't
mean,
Google HH.
because Heinrich Himmler.
no,
Don't
I know,
Google.
but
Don't Google
that's
HH.
reserved for Heinrich Harburg now.
Mm.
Well, but
That spider chart is among the funniest thing. It looks like an
Now,
X-wing.
Where's the Jeff Sims spider?
Okay, you know what? Good call, Happer. I will look that up.
Do the Jeff Sims spider.
he only played 2 games.
Well, he had the series against Purdue.
Oh man,
Fumble.
if they have one, it has to just be the
The
absolute
turnover thing is like a black hole.
It'll
It'll
go
suck you in.
inside of it.
I want to see the Chubba spider.
Chubba.
Oh yeah, the
Jeff.
Chubba spider.
Jeff's. All right, Jeff's. I always forget he only has one M.
Yeah, 1M.
You cannot generate it. He must not have had enough plays.
He didn't
Well,
qualify.
yeah, he only played like
Oh, sad.
2 games and a handful of plays in another one. That was
Dang.
about it.
That's a bummer.
Not Chubba.
Well, if Sims doesn't have enough, there's no way Chubba
Well,
does.
Chubba
right?
played more. Chubba played like
Chubba's not even on here. He's not even a player.
Oh.
Wow, not
God.
even a player.
Sad. He's not even a real person. I'm a real boy. Let's see. We can go back to
How many-
2014. Let's see what Tommy Armstrong.
yeah, he played enough.
How many games did Chubba play for Nevada? Do we know?
Nevada?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was hurt this year or something.
I
Yeah,
don't remember.
Tommy's didn't look that good. It kind of looks like Dylan's.
Well, Dylan was fine.
Well, you'll find out more about these great charts later.
Great charts.
Oh,
Love the
charts
charts,
later
Josh.
today.
Andy Crum.
You're welcome. You're welcome to our football-pilled listeners like me. You are welcome. I am here for the listeners. You two are just here to talk
Again,
about
I
your
don't think
crap.
that-
Those
I don't-
people
I
want to
get-
cancel Nebraska basketball. Did you see
They
this?
do.
Did you see
They
this?
do.
They
Yeah.
don't. They love football so much that they want to kill basketball.
I don't want to kill it.
Terrorists, I say.
Are you
Al
sure?
Qaeda. It's basketball Al Qaeda.
The same guy who did the famous meme about what is it? Everything sucks. F
Yeah.
it. Blah
Yeah,
blah blah.
yeah.
Is now trying to kill basketball.
He's your age. He's one of your people, John. His name is
No.
John.
No, he got mad at
John
me.
Johnston.
He got mad at me.
That's right. Yeah.
John Johnston.
He got mad at me because I went after him for a terrible take.
He got mad at me one time because I defended Dirk.
Well, you defended Dirk. He was trying to defend. Remember, was it? I hope I get this-
HH
Was it
Heimlich.
the tight end from Georgia who got
Brock Bowers.
Gilbert.
yeah, Eric Gilbert.
Oh,
and the
yeah,
and the hook a pipe store or whatever store
he
he
robbed
broke
some.
into.
Yeah, he robbed. Yeah.
It broke
I'm
a
trying to
couple
remember
windows.
exactly what happened, but he was trying to
Oh,
defend
yeah.
it.
What was the take?
I'm trying to
There was a
remember what
take
the
that came out of
was.
the Eric Gilbert situation.
We don't
Can
know
you Google
anything
that?
until we see the security tapes.
Right, and the
And then we
security
saw
tapes were already
security
out.
tapes. They were bad.
Yeah. What was the What was
but
He's been through
he
a
had
lot.
some bad take, and I came right back, and then he blocked me.
He's had some problems. He's just a kid.
It's not his
Could have
fault.
been
It's
any
not
of those.
Coronation's fault.
It's not your fault, Giancarlo.
It's not Giancarlo's fault.
Giancarlo's fault. Looking forward to that.
The first tweet that I see from John in response to Coronation, August 29th, 2023. Is
That
this
sounds
probably
about right.
John
Right.
says, nuance. And then off to the races. Okay, so here we go.
was in response to.
Eric Gilbert has been arrested on burglary charges. I realize we make our own choices, but you think the NCAA might have helped him by granting him a transfer, allowing him to play the season
Oh
instead
my
of
God.
effing around for months and
That's
months.
right.
John
John couldn't
said-
get the waiver.
Are we really blaming the NCAA for this? And then he
Great
said, I
take,
realize this being Twitter, there's no nuance. Everything is black and white with no shades of gray. But if you don't think this NCAA screwing around enjoyed or played a part in this, and then John says, nuance. Here's nuance for you. The NCAA screws up a lot of stuff, but keeps this in mind. Nebraska is the NCAA, just like every other member school. And none of that has anything to do with committing a crime where a guy allegedly steals some Delta 9.
Tough take.
Amazing.
Yeah. I mean, come on. We
Amazing.
can blame the NCAA for a lot of things, but
That
a
is
dude
so
wanting
fun.
some
So-
free Delta 9 and not having to do anything for it except break into a store.
Josh, these are the people that you're watching out for.
No,
Yes.
not him.
Yes. Well, I'm sure he's very excited for spring ball.
Yes.
Coordination.
You know he
loves
is because
spring ball.
he's going to be watching a lot of. Well, he's not going to be watching any spring ball because no one
No,
can watch any
nobody
spring
can.
ball. But I guarantee he'll be more engaged in the spring ball than in the Crown.
Definitely.
Played by that money sucking money pit known as Nebraska basketball.
Ugh, the Crown.
Got a week.
Are you going to watch any of it?
Hell no.
I don't think so, Josh.
You will, though. You love that crap.
I don't know. I might
You're a
turn it on.
sicko.
Yeah, you really are.
I don't love it. Not
here's-
because I love it, because it's on.
Okay, well here's a reason why the score app sometimes triggers me is because in the NCAA basketball, if you have the all conferences, it shows the NIT games, and I'm like, get this swill out of here.
I don't want this crap.
I just want the NCAA tournament games. That's all I want.
Imagine messing with the NIT or
Same.
any other tournaments.
Happer, I don't do drugs, but I mean, it's right there, so I might as well.
Speaking of drugs, Mike Stibbs writes, whatever happened to meeting a guy in the Baker's parking lot for your weed? And then adds, so I've heard.
It's appropriate though that he's meeting in the Baker's parking lot.
Nice.
Got him.
Well done.
Star Wars Fiend says, we solved that problem in Nebraska. The Eric Gilbert law just passed outlining Delta 9 in the state of Nebraska.
But was he
Delta
going
9
after the Delta 9 or the pipes?
Delta 9 got canceled.
I mean, it
it was a loophole to
really
begin
matter what he was going after? The fact that he broke in and illegally entered the place
Yes.
is pretty much enough.
Caused a little bit of trouble. Yes.
Oh, wow. Here's a story from KOLN.
Did he get the
Nebraska AG
pipes?
targets 104 Omaha stores in new Delta 8 crackdown. Wow. RIP.
Wow.
Wow. Look at
I don't
those.
know what he was going after.
Yeah.
He went after the great value weed.
No, but as he was getting pulled out by the cops and cuffs saying, I wouldn't have done this if it hadn't been for the NCAA.
Come on, NCAA. Let the guy play.
If I just had that waiver, if it wasn't for those pesky kids.
Meanwhile, John Coronation standing behind the dumpster, writing this down. I'm going to write this down. And I'm going to tweet about it. And then 2 years later, I'm going to cancel Nebraska.
the basketball. Never. That's what it said.
RIP.
That's what
It did say
No,
that.
it's like, so when that game was, which that was during the St. John's game, right? St. John's Omaha game?
Correct.
I was.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, because they hadn't won
It
a
was
game
on
years.
in the hotel room,
And it was during the because they were playing Omaha.
yeah, and I,
well, it's about St. John.
Yes, it
Yes,
was about
yeah,
St.
'cause
John.
they
But it
had-
was just great because a lot of
Right.
Nebraska fans were watching.
Right.
and I was in the restroom at that time in the hotel room, pondering the day's events,
Mm-hmm.
and I could hear the TV through the door. And as soon as I mean, I didn't even need to
Oh, you knew where it was
see
going.
what was going to happen, but I could hear. It was I can't remember who's doing the TV for those games. Was it Catalan? Anyway, whoever was reading the graphic and they were going through the lineage, and I'm like, it's happening. It's going to happen. It's going to, and then sure enough,
Nebraska.
What was your reaction when you saw the graphic for the first time? The graphic really pulls it all together.
I did chuckle. I'm not
Never.
gonna lie.
Never.
Never.
I'm not gonna lie. I did chuckle.
Hmm.
It's just tough. It's tough.
And why did it have to be Teron Lou, man?
I know. What'd he ever
That
do?
dude only played in one NCAA
Yeah, why didn't they
tournament game.
Why didn't they put last year's team in there? They're the most recent ones to fail.
Yeah.
Put
They
could've-
Casey.
yeah, put
like
Ca-
sad.
Put Casey on.
Instead of doing this,
now
you
that's,
gotta do-
now that would what they should have done is put the sad cornhead dude. Remember
Coordination?
Remember Sad Cornhead from last year's Texas A&M game?
Vaguely.
Little kid, he had a corn head
Oh,
on. He was
yeah.
very sad.
Yeah,
Shouldn't have worn that cornhead.
That's what they should have done. Why Teron Lou has to take any?
Yeah,
you
why
know,
is he catching strays? Maybe because he's someone that people actually know.
Probably.
But
Is that
again,
what
he
they're
only
going for?
played in one NCAA tournament.
I mean, every Nebraska player that's lost recently
Well,
has only
that's-
played in one.
well,
Who's played in
recently.
the most NCAA?
Strickland?
Is there anybody who's
It's either Strickland or Piatkowski or King.
It's one of the 90s guys.
Yeah, they played in 2.
Or no, they played in 4 in
Well,
a row. So if anyone was on those rosters for more than 2 years,
I think it's one of those guys because
yeah.
I think it was Piatkowski.
What is it? 91, 92, 93, 94, right? what it was?
Yes.
Oh my God.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, it was Mr. Lou. He's on the Nebraska.
Just the word,
Dr. Lou.
It's just the fact that the word is never.
Never.
It's
He's on the
just
Nebraska ball graphic,
never.
and he got stepped over by Allen Iverson. Wow. Tough.
Yeah, exactly. I think there should be, unless
He
you
got fired by LeBron.
unless you do it to yourself. Like if you bring this kind of crap, like Coronation Guy, you bring this kind of crap on yourself.
You have done that yourself.
I think you should only be the subject of one negative meme in your career.
That's right.
Oh,
You're limited to one.
Unless it's something you did. Like
Yeah.
if it was Teron that did something wrong. But Teron didn't do anything wrong when Allen Iverson stepped over him. Teron Lou didn't do anything wrong with the
It's
Nebraska
not-
ball graphic.
It's
Why
not
Tyronn
Tyron's
Lue's
fault.
fault?
Right. It's not Teron Lou's fault.
Where's Bob Costas when you need him?
He's retired.
I think it's
He's done working.
bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. I feel bad for Teron.
I did too. He was just out there thinking about the NBA and suddenly he's on television. Very sad.
Yeah,
He's
he
the
could-
Clippers coach, right?
He's a
still the-
coach of somebody.
Is he still the
Yeah,
Clippers
he could have been
coach?
sitting in his room just kind of chilling, going, man, I'm going to watch a little of this St. John's Omaha game. He's like, what the hell?
Why am I doing this?
He's
What's going on?
an assistant, isn't he?
No, he is the head coach of the Clippers. He has been since 2020.
Amazing. It's a long time.
Good for you, Tyronn Lue. That's so exciting.
Good for you, Teron Lou.
Mm-hmm. He won an NBA Finals back in 2016.
LeBron
Pretty cool.
James.
Mhm. With LeBron James. That's
People
awesome.
forget that.
That was
Yeah.
different times.
It was a different time.
Very different times.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
You know how
Is
there's
that it?
that,
Oh.
there's that joke. Nick will appreciate this.
Oh.
Okay.
Where there's like you can be in any small town in Iowa and there's a Casey's within eye shot of another Casey's.
Yeah.
So when we got to Lexington, we're driving in and I'm sitting on the right side of the bus and I can see out the window and it's like, oh, that's a Casey's. They got a Casey's in Lexington.
whoa.
Guess what was catty corner from that Casey's?
Casey's?
Another Casey's.
Hell yeah.
Really?
In Lexington, Kentucky.
They all up in
And
Kentucky?
I'm like, what the hell is this?
That's wild.
Iowa is winning the cultural victory. That's what's happening. Our
Literally
influence
catty
is
corner
spreading.
from each other.
I had no idea that Casey's was in Kentucky.
I didn't either. That's why I was like, oh, wow, they got a Casey's in
Did you
that.
go get a
Look-
breakfast,
oh,
Zaw?
Welcome to
No,
Casey's
I- I
country.
I thought you were going to say
Kentucky.
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Do you know I never saw
It's
a
just called
single
fried chicken
Kentucky fried chicken in
Kentucky?
Lexington?
Wow.
Didn't
Wow.
see one.
Sad.
It
Had
seemed
some
like.
good chicken there, but did not see.
Was
a
there
KFC.
anything to do in Lexington? What kind of town is it?
The good news for me is I was busy enough, and going to practices or media conferences, or doing the show, and Josh was snowed in.
Oops.
I was busy enough. The wife, the wife, all the wives went to. There's horse farms.
Yes, I
everywhere.
saw some pictures on Facebook.
Yeah, a lot of
Yes.
horse farms.
No, thank you.
Lexington actually looks like you think Kentucky should look like.
Okay.
A lot of fences, horse farms,
Bourbon
trails.
everywhere.
So they did that, and then there was
I saw people taking whiskey shots.
Yeah, there was a whiskey. They went to a distillery.
Mustache M says John didn't see any KFC because they had better taste in fried chicken in Lexington. Popeyes.
Nope, didn't see any of those.
We
either.
love Popeyes.
Did not see any Popeyes either.
Sad.
What's up with the chicken in Lexington?
Well, they actually have good chicken.
Ian says it's just called fried chicken there. Yeah, you don't have to call it Kentucky Fried Chicken.
I
It's
made
just
that
fried
joke
chicken.
already. He just said it louder.
Well,
Great
you did-
joke, Ian.
Good job. Yeah, Ian.
A
Tremendous
fine-
joke.
Fine joke.
Damn.
Fine joke. But yeah, there wasn't a whole lot to do.
Didn't seem like it.
We found a good trail. We walked a trail.
At least
good
you were there
trails.
for the basketball.
We were there for the basketball.
And
Business
now it's
trip.
over. And now it's over.
But
Now
they do have good restaurants there.
Good.
The restaurants we ate at were very good.
Good hotel.
It wasn't bad.
All right.
It was right along a golf course.
And now John's back, and we can focus on what really matters. Not spring football.
Football.
Not spring football.
What's the population of Lexington, Kentucky?
It's like 300-ish. It's basically it's just a little bit bigger than Lincoln.
That was Adolph's house.
I was going to say now that you've been to Lexington, do you think Lincoln could host an NCAA tournament game?
Well, they're trying now.
They're trying. They have
more hotels now, right?
Yeah, they now have enough hotels. I think
It's just
be able to
over
do it.
320,000.
And what's
Yeah.
Lincoln?
it's about 250.
250? About 250?
Yeah.
They'll get it.
294 for Lincoln.
They'll get it.
Is it that much?
They have the
already?
hotels. They
Huge.
have hotels.
Or they will have the hotels very soon. They're building.
That's
a
gonna be
couple of
awesome.
those.
That'll be cool.
Got the arena.
The Rupp was an interesting place. You can tell it's of its time.
It's all brick. I saw all the bricks. There's a bunch of bricks.
Well, not on the outside. On the outside, it looks like a giant convention center
Whoa.
because they've redone it. That was one of the most confusing arenas to get around
Really?
underneath because it was attached similar to ours to the convention center, but it's just like the hallways are really odd and you know.
I wish I would have been there.
Dwayne says, "Where's the Rupp Arena tour video, John? Happer did his part."
That's true.
I didn't do it.
Wow. Bummer. That could have been fun. That could have been fun content for the 1620 The Zone YouTube page.
Could have.
Check out Dolph's digs.
I didn't have the camera that he had.
Look at Adolph's house. That's what it could have been called. Adolph's house.
I would have got some views.
That
It
would have
would've
gotten some
a
views.
lot of views. And then eventually Nick would have turned on the comments have been disabled on this video.
Maybe that's why when I typed in Heinrich to find Heinrich Harburg, my computer defaulted to
Probably.
the other.
I've been looking at other Adolphs.
Oh, there's a lot of bald fans of basketball at this arena. Weird.
Honestly, though, Kentucky fans,
Louisville
Shoe fit.
fans were certainly interesting. It was funny to listen to Kentucky fans talk about Louisville and how much they can't stand them.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean,
I love a rivalry.
They hate.
I was in my car for the
Hate
first
them.
2-3 minutes of the game and listening to the call. I was like, oh my gosh, the Louisville fans are
Dude, on
loud.
TV, it was way loud.
Yes.
And then Creighton went on a run and suddenly they were pretty
They're
quiet.
not as loud. Mm-hmm.
It was.
Let's go
packed.
try and get layups on the tall guy. Good idea. Bad idea.
Bad idea.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's almost like they thought they were something they weren't.
Almost exactly that way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. All right.
All right.
Well, that's your crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com.
.com.
The Grum, Monday. It's kind of a normal week now
Yup.
on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Okay. Gotta remember how to do this.
So you talking to a microphone,
Yeah.
and you say, "Spring ball's here. Let's talk football," over and over and over for 4 hours.
I quit.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Listen, what I miss?
Texas has a player. Look up Texas women's basketball roster.
Okay.
And just guess which player's name came up on the graphic.
Okay, because I saw Nick pointed, and you laughed. Okay.
I would hate to be a broadcaster
Yes.
in that position.
Guess which player was on the graphic. Which name was on the graphic?
Is it number 32?
Yes, it is.
Try.
I mean, we got some serious consonants, baby.
My guess is it's.
Does it have the little ear next
It
to it?
does, so I could
Okay.
listen to it during or even Nick could play it if he wanted to. My guess is it's in Jakalenga, Maywen, and Tonda.
Let me look it up here. Let me try it. So
Mwen
we've got.
and Tondwa.
So
Mwen and Tonda.
All right, we'll see if we can.
It's number 32. Have you found it, Nick?
Now, when you click on the ear thing, does it just show you the phonetic, or can you actually play it? Oh, you can't play it. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it would
I didn't
play
hear it. I didn't hear it. So
Yeah,
I'm
well,
gonna-
that was actually you talking because I don't
no,
know.
but I heard some audio in the back.
That was you. That was because I need to mute the StreamYard.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
All right, let me give it a shot here because we got the Texas Illinois women's.
Do you have it, Nick?
Yep.
Game
All
on.
right. So
hold on.
yeah,
Let me
John and I will
so,
guess.
so
I'm going to say
try it
it's
again.
because I think it's like in Ndamukong Suh. So it's in Jakalenga, Mwen, Tonda. I think.
That's actually. I think you're right.
I think you're onto something.
I
Yeah.
think that's what it is.
in
Jakalenga,
in Jakalenga,
Mwen and Tonda.
Mwen and Tonda.
All right.
Hit it.
Oh, well, that's not her saying it, though.
No.
We're pretty close.
Hit it again. So you don't pronounce the N.
Well, see, but on the pronunciation guide, it does have it. Jakalenga, Mwen and Tonda. That's actually
No,
Yeah.
but the N in Jakalenga.
well, no,
we
but I'm
were
saying
the
on
N.
the pronunciation guide, it's listed there.
Oh,
I
as
think
the
that's
N?
I think that's a computerized voice. That's not her who's saying her name. So I think that little computer screwed up.
Well, the pronunciation guide doesn't include the
Oh,
N.
I see. My bad. You're
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about the
yeah,
front.
yeah. Yeah, the
Jakalenga. My bad.
Yeah.
Because it sounded like the computer was saying Jakalenga.
Actually, it's not as bad as I thought.
No, honestly, it's kind of like.
It's a great name.
Remember in Ndamukong Suh, the first time you saw it, you're like, oh my gosh, how is this set? And then it's like, it's in Ndamukong.
She is a junior psychology major from Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
Nice.
By the way, Texas is winning by a lot. So we do have day sports going on.
This
today.
could have been Creighton. Could have been Creighton, but they lost to Illinois.
It could have been.
They lost
This
to
is a
Illinois.
tough night for Creighton fans.
Yeah, it sucks.
Dude, at the same time.
At the same
same
damn
time.
time.
At the same time, the season came crashing to an end for both. And now it's football season because of that.
How
Because
often
of
does that happen? What's the stat on that?
Not very. I can't remember it. Now,
I'm sorry.
not a
Stan,
his-
what?
that they both played it and lost at the same time in the tournament. I assume you meant.
I mean,
Yeah.
the fact that
Is
it
that
was
a
allowed
first?
to happen was just ridiculous.
Yeah, Riss and I were talking about it last night. She goes, "How does that happen?" I go, "TV don't care.
Yeah, it's
They don't
weird
care.
scheduling.
The Turner and CBS they don't care at all because they're trying to put together the puzzle that is the men's bracket and how
Mhm.
it fits.
Mhm.
And the Saturday and Sunday of the men's bracket, it's so funny. You get the smorgasbord of Thursday and Friday.
Mhm.
How it's just like games all the time. And then Saturday and Sunday, it's like one, and then other games finally start showing
Yeah,
up.
the-
It's ridiculous.
I'll forgive partially Saturday, though. I thought putting McNeese State in the first game of the day was just so stupid. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I get it. They wanted the whole St. John's thing, but put that thing in primetime.
Yeah.
You know, believe it or not, despite the fact that they filled the Garden and Spike Lee was there.
New York's team, John.
It's not like New York was coming out in droves to watch St. John's on television.
But
York's
Spike
team.
Lee.
New York's team.
Yeah. If you go up to Spike Lee and say, Lou Carnesecca, he thinks you're ordering a spaghetti dish. So that was all messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Because honestly, and I'm not even saying it should have been Creighton Auburn in the first game of the
I thought
day.
it was going to be, honestly.
I did too.
Given it was the Eastern time zone.
But with all the brand names that were involved, it would have made a lot more sense.
Sure.
The real issue I have, if you want to still do it that way on Saturday where you got a standalone game and a standalone game, the real crime was yesterday. There's no excuse that most of the games should be happening at night on a Sunday. I mean, you still had games going on at 11 o'clock Central Time on a Sunday.
We were watching the end of the Oregon game. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The Sunday schedule should have been a lot more condensed in the daytime and maybe have a couple of games at night.
Yeah, they want to reward CBS, and so they give them all those windows that are their own. They get the first window, they get the second window, and the third window, and they're unimpeded, unencumbered. They don't have anything to deal with the other channels. And then you get True TV back in the fold on Sundays because of that. Because then at night, there's a time when there's 3 games going on, but CBS isn't going to have one because they got to air their shows, and so thus it goes.
I mean, seriously, the fact that Oregon and Arizona are still playing well after 11 o'clock
so after midnight East Coast time.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because it's a work night.
Yeah.
But, hey, as a sage old broadcaster once told me, it doesn't take brains to run a radio station. You could also say a television network.
Yeah.
But welcome to the Grum, brought to you by Union Bank. Your money has people.
Nice.
It is time for the Grum Down, brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard. And so the local basketball ends.
It's done.
The death of Cinderella. We've got a big brand, Sweet 16.
I thought you were going to say Cindelar, and I got worried.
No, he's
the
still
death
alive.
of Cinderella.
He called baseball yesterday.
Good job this weekend, Alex.
We are gathering up our thoughts on a buzzer beater.
Ha! Nice.
Get it? Wow. Get it? Get it?
Nice.
Josh loves his radar charts.
Yeah, baby.
Is that the official name? I heard Connor refer to it as a spider.
The website said spider charts.
I thought it was supposed to be radar charts.
I like radar.
Well, I'm fine with either.
Because then we can call the segment Radar Love, and I could use the cool song.
Oh, wait, never mind. Yeah. I worked up a shiny app that'll spit out a radar chart for the quarterback for a specific year. There you go.
But you could also use the I don't like spiders and snakes for a spider chart. That's a 70s song. Look it up.
Oh, I'll do that.
You should. Mitch Sherman, does he know spring ball started?
Of course he does. Everybody knows. No one is not talking about it. Big, strong men, tears in their eyes.
Many people are not talking about it.
They're coming up to me and they're saying...
I guarantee you that just us talking about it, people are
no
like,
way.
Oh, that's right, spring football.
You think my grandpa, you think Grandpa Dennis is online? John, you think he's on Twitter? The answer is no. But you know what he asked me when I saw him last weekend? So what's going on with the football team? How is the football team going to be this fall?
That doesn't.
So thank you, Grandpa. Great questions.
That's not a spring football question.
Are you interested in spring ball, Grandpa?
That is not a spring football
That's just your grandpa thinking that you know ball and know things.
Thank you, Grandpa. He loves talking Husker football with me.
But that wasn't a specific spring football question. That was just a general Husker football question. It's kind of like talking about the weather.
I guess that's true.
In this state, there are 2 things people can start conversations with, and the weather.
And the weather, that's true.
Hey, did you see all that dirt that got blown up on your house yesterday because of that blizzard that one kid said wasn't going to happen?
No. See, why do you keep saying this? I said the snow was going to be done after the blizzard on Wednesday. I was right.
No, you weren't.
This is unreal. If a weather person says it's going to snow on Wednesday and then it snows, you're not like, you did this. No, you're like, wow, that person's smart.
You're not a weather person.
But I called it, so the snow is now done.
You didn't go to weather school.
That's just reading the internet for 5 seconds. Congratulations. They can read the internet. So can I. I'm an expert now, too.
Who do you think puts the information on the internet that they read?
I could do it. You just got to upload a couple files.
Yeah, you could do it all right. And then we'll be snowing every day.
Got to upload files.
Because of you.
Snow is done, baby.
You don't know Doppler, Josh.
I can read it.
It's Michael Severe Monday.
Nice.
Sean Miller X's himself out of Xavier.
Xavier, John. Look at that. What a story.
Nebraska wrestling finds new heights.
Cool.
Look at this.
Cool.
First appearance of Nebraska wrestling in the Grumdown.
Yeah, why? Can we delete that crap out of there, please?
What's happening?
Well, I wanted the
John wanted the wrestling dorks to not get mad at him. Now we've talked
no.
about wrestling and we can move on with our day.
I just wanted to have the juxtaposition saying that wrestling finds new heights while baseball finds new lows. See what I did there?
I do see that, yeah. But again, John is afraid of wrestlers. Everyone is always afraid of wrestlers. Somebody got critical of me this weekend.
I'm afraid of those guys that like cut their forehead on purpose. Those guys are a little creepy.
Yeah. I don't get mad at you for not liking something I like.
I don't get mad at people who don't like wrestling.
No. You get mad at me, you're like, oh, let's be careful here.
That's not being mad.
That guy with cauliflower ear could come up and rub his ear on you.
John doesn't turn into Sipple.
Let's get careful here. Yeah, that's true.
I respect the wrestler. I respect them for what they do and their abilities. And I've always said wrestling
I respect my abilities to run. You make fun of it all the time.
That ain't no damn sport.
Exactly. That's what wrestling is.
To be fair, I don't want anyone's cauliflower ear rubbed up against me, though.
So you hate wrestling as well. Good to have you, Nick. Welcome. Stibbs writes, wrestling is dumb. I don't respect them.
I bring up wrestling only to bring Stibbs out of his cave.
Yep, we'd love to hear from him.
Stibbs, if someone brings up college wrestling and Stibbs will escape his cave and say, I hate that.
Yep.
Then he goes back into his cave.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the Grinch, but for wrestling.
Yeah, he is.
Everybody always wants me to talk about it. Hey, talk about wrestling. What do you want me to say? I hate your sport. You want me to compliment it?
It is pretty damn stupid that they
the
run
sport.
it.
Yes, just stop it. Yeah,
I get confused about the scoring in wrestling. Why is this worth that much, but this is worth this much?
What were you going to say, John?
Well, you could say the same thing about any sport.
Tennis is the most dumb scoring system.
Why is
15, 30, 40, and then it's over? What?
No, but
why
like,
is
at
kicking
least,
a ball between two poles worth this many, and why running it into past this line is worth this many?
But at least it makes sense in these other sports because it's like this ball goes into the net, that's a point. But with wrestling, there's like 4 different ways you can score different points, and they're all different.
Never.
Well, it's
values,
based
aren't
on
they?
a degree of difficulty. A reversal versus a takedown versus, Are you talking about the individual scoring in the match or the team scoring or both?
Yes.
Because in the team scoring, you get more points if your guy scores a pin because the pin is the most decisive way to beat somebody versus beating somebody on scoring. That's why as a team, you get more points for a pin.
I don't like that.
Why?
Because it's too much to explain. You have to use so many words to explain that.
I mean, Nick, people have to explain. I mean, all Formula One is drivers driving, round and around and around and around. But there's a lot of things they have to explain in that. That's why they got the little cutaway cars. And this thing does this, and then got the goofy little, what do they call it? The DRS.
Yes, the DRS.
Matthew says you guys are acting like it's rocket science. I think Nick is acting like it's rocket
It
science.
kind of is.
I'm just saying I don't
very-
respect you. That's all I'm saying.
Like, if you score in baseball, it's always, hey, that's one run, but you don't get more points.
Baseball's
if you
actually
have a home
unique.
run.
Baseball's unique.
OPS, you don't think that's confusing?
No.
Okay.
He's just talking about the scoring.
I'm talking
part of
about
it.
specifically the scoring.
Again,
If
tennis.
you think about it, though, baseball, soccer, and hockey are kind of rare in that you can only score one at a time.
Yeah, that's true.
Whereas in football, doing different things can get you different amount of points. I would argue, here's what I would like to argue while we're on this silly subject.
Awesome. This is
The
great.
safety should be worth more than the field goal.
Couldn't agree more. The safety's way.
It's hard. It's the hardest thing
How
to
many
get.
safeties are there in an NFL season versus how many field goals are there in an NFL season?
Exactly.
You can make an argument that safety should be worth more than a touchdown. It is very rare.
Maybe make the argument
debates.
that the safety should be worth as much as a touchdown because if you think about it, it's a reverse touchdown.
Wow, they should put that on the rules committee. Oh, did you guys talk about that on Wednesday? I missed that. We are going to talk about some of the rule stuff. The Packers want the tush push ban, but the somebody wants the
No, we did
overtime
not.
rules. Oh, there you go. Topic alert. Chris writes in. Now I'm just going to read this from Chris. These are Chris's words.
Okay.
Who's it directed towards?
Well,
Wrestling.
he looked at me.
Wrestling, a sport for short people who can't jump and don't have enough hand-eye coordination to learn to dribble or shoot a basketball.
Oof.
That's what Chris said.
Are you kidding me?
Chris's words. Chris's words.
Well, Chris can say that because all the wrestlers with cauliflower ear couldn't hear it anyway.
they can still hear.
Oh man, what
It's
do they
just
do with
the-
their headphones?
You
Oh,
realize
no.
that the hearing part isn't affected. It's just the
All the goo builds up.
the skin.
I don't
So
want
nasty.
ear goo.
Yeah, me neither. Poll question: do you want ear goo? And what they finished
Well,
second?
yeah.
They finished second, and then they
They
tweet
finished
out, "We are champions." No, you're second. That's not a champion. That's second place. If you're not first, you're last.
Well, but they call the football team champions of that bowl game. They ain't no damn champions. They just won a damn game.
Hard to argue with that.
So CJ says, I saw the dumbest sport yesterday afternoon on ESPN The Ocho where people were running around with sticks between their legs, throwing a ball into 3 rings, and that was better than wrestling. I want to see this sport. I want to know what this is.
It sounds kind of like Quidditch from Harry Potter.
Sound a little Quidditchy.
Yeah.
Do we have access to the Ocho?
No, that's like a pretend thing.
Well, the Ocho broadcasts
But
once
it's
a year, don't they?
Yeah, but just once a year.
I need to bring the new remote. We don't have a Roku
that's right.
remote because it died the last time I was here.
Jack writes, why is a safety called a safety?
Good question. Again, I think it should be a reverse touchdown worth 6 points because that's essentially what it is. You're tackling the guy in the end zone they're not trying to get to.
I think a kick return touchdown should be worth even more.
All right, according to...
Okay, now you're making it even worse than wrestling, in your opinion.
I'm using it to illustrate my point.
But here's the problem. Nebraska would never score those points because they don't get returns anymore.
Now, according to Reddit from 10 years ago,
a
user named Ty Darian, I don't know. It comes from the offense downing the ball in their own end zone, not necessarily being tackled. You safely sacrifice 2 points instead of giving the other team better field position or risking a turnover +6. Now, that's from Reddit 10 years ago. I don't know if that's true.
That's a dumb explanation. I don't know too many teams that are like, you know what?
Patriots did it under Belichick.
Well, yeah, there are teams that give themselves up for safeties to avoid, but most of the time when a safety is scored, you're not wanting to give up the 2 points.
Yeah.
And maybe it would take that piece of strategy away if it were called a reverse touchdown and worth 6 points.
That's true. It definitely would. Bill Belichick wouldn't have done that against the Broncos on Monday Night Football one time.
Your brain is a sick place.
It's a great place.
It is a sick
it's full
place.
of great football knowledge.
Too bad it's not football season, and it won't be for a very long time.
That's true.
It's barely 5 months away.
We won't talk
5
about
months
football
from
at
now,
all.
Nick will be in Chicago like a dork, and we will be at Arrowhead Stadium.
A dork who's watching My Chemical Romance.
Yeah, you're not helping your case.
And baseball.
I remember when they were a big band, and I was in high school. You were like 5.
I think we got as good a chance of being in Chicago as we do at Arrowhead.
No way. We'll be there. We will be there. Stibbs. I don't even remember that. My sick brain. I'll find the video and I'll tweet it at you, Stibbs.
402-951-1620. On the should it be called a reverse touchdown and given 6 points hotline.
I love how streamlined it is.
Well, we're working on it. 402-951-1620.
I found it, by the way. That was fast.
Of course you did.
Week 9, 2003, intentional safety. Yeah.
I mean, many teams have done the
And the
intentional
Patriots
safety.
were down when they did it, though, John, and they did the intentional safety, and then they won the football game. God, they were really good under Belichick back then. Now he's like, can you email my girlfriend?
That's true.
You can hit us up on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC1620.
Nice.
Brought to you by JTech Construction and Solar. Or the Equitable Bank inbox. Old Man Doug, Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Send all your spring football questions to Josh.
Yes, please
at
do.
1620thezone.com, and he'll answer them one at a time.
I would love to.
Brought to you by Equitable Bank, where we take banking personally. Answer the phone on the first ring.
That's a show.
That's a show.
Got to talk hoops.
It's a program.
Got to talk hoops.
Yes, we do.
And gathering. Hunters and gatherers.
Hunters and gatherers.
It's going to be like history class all over again on the Grum today.
Nice.
Back in a minute. 1620 The Zone.
your home for all.
Welcome back. Here on this Monday, the local basketball is over. After both Creighton men's and women's teams lost on Saturday, of course, Omaha had already fallen, and so too did Nebraska's women's team on Friday. Right? I have the date? No. Omaha lost Thursday.
Omaha lost Thursday.
Nebraska
Nebraska women lost Thursday as well, right?
I thought that was
the day before the Creighton game.
way.
Got to be your bowl.
Yeah. But
well, Nebraska basketball men's team is still alive. I don't think I'd live to see a day where Nebraska's season was still going on and Creighton's ended, but here we are. It's 2025.
Well, congrats. You're the first to make that joke. I'm sure I'm sure the idiot burner community will be all over that.
I won't be watching a second.
Congrats on creating a message board topic.
Second.
I listen, if I'm going to throw a fit about all these stupid bowl games, I'm sure as hell not going to watch the bowl game meaningless bowl game equivalent of college basketball.
My favorite thing about The Crown is that I can just keep making jokes about the Netflix show, The Crown.
By the way, Patrick points out women didn't play games Thursday, Josh. Round of 64 started Friday. Yes.
Friday, yes.
So you are right. Yes.
Yeah,
Wow. I thought you knew
They
ball.
lost Friday, and the women lost that. I knew that the Nebraska women played before the Creighton women in terms of days, but yes, I was mixing up all my stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
But end of a great run with, well, really, if you look at it, with
Both the men's and the women's
both
teams.
men's and the women's teams, and then if you throw in, obviously with Omaha, they had a somewhat older roster, and
Mhm.
Alexis Markowski, her final game with Nebraska's women's basketball team.
Yep.
Certainly going to be a changing of the guard. And it's always interesting when you get to this point, and I guess I'm really referring more to the men's side now. Anytime you reach this moment, and Creighton's kind of been through this moment on a few different occasions. Obviously, you go back to the Doug Jahens, Grant, Ethan senior class.
Yes.
And the end of that era.
Yep.
And then you fast forward a little bit later, and you've got, the era with
Yeah, what would you say was the next one?
Justin Patton, Marcus Foster,
Watson.
Maurice Watson, thank you.
Yeah.
I kept thinking of his somewhat problematic nickname.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
Even though it didn't mean what a lot of
Yes.
people thought it meant.
Yes.
I don't think I
But
know
that-
this. DM me.
We'll just tell you during the break.
Okay.
I'll put it this way. The origin of Maurice Watson's nickname was because it was shortened from Skinny Doo-Wop.
Oh.
But it was not the Italian slur.
Yes.
It wasn't. But they called him that.
Yes.
But it wasn't a slur. It was
Right.
just-
It was just a little Skinny Doo-Wop.
Yep.
Huh.
You know,
It
sometimes
was a
you just-
childhood nickname.
how you call them strobs.
I love some Straubs and
This
Bloobs.
is the strobs.
Too
of
bad
nicknames.
those weren't slurs. So that was another generation. Then you fast forward, the team that won the Big East championship
the COVID year.
with Zagorowski and Tyshawn Alexander, so that group. And now it's really this one.
Yeah.
Or I guess it's not even so much this one, it's one guy.
Correct. Because that's a funny thing.
Steven was here for 2 years,
Yeah.
but this is
This is
was
about
the Ryan
Kalkbrenner.
Kalkbrenner era.
And that's the thing is his era has like all these other ends of like, well, now these guys are gone, and now these guys are
Right.
gone, and like he was the constant,
He was.
because of the COVID eligibility, because of having the 5 years, and because he was always there, and he got better every single season.
He
too.
did.
You go look back at game one versus game whatever. I don't think anybody saw this type of development happening over the course of his career.
Yeah. And, it comes to an end. And so the questions are always, will it ever get better than this? Will it ever get better than this? Will they be able to rebuild? Is this, because the criticism or the critique back, when Doug left was, well, now what's Matt going to do without his kid?
Yep.
And they proved, after a couple of years, they're going to be just fine. And then, the same thing happened,
After that 2016-17 season.
Correct.
How are they going to do this?
And, the Jays will certainly be very active in the transfer portal. And I think, I think in the era of the portal, it's all going to be about what you put into it. If you have the resources behind it, as long as you have competent people, because it's still about finding the right mix. It's still finding about the people that fit your system in terms of a style of play, but also fit your locker room. The transfer portal has not changed the dynamic of the locker room.
NIL has changed.
In that, you still need to find people that fit what you're doing, or things could run off course.
Sure.
That's no different than when you go out and recruit a class.
Yeah.
The difference is with the transfer portal, you're getting more seasoned people who have been in more locker rooms. And so it's kind of fascinating to see if it's easier or harder to have, a bunch of transfer portals come in versus a bunch of recruits come in. Because obviously with 4-year recruits, high school recruits, you have you have folks who are just beginning their college education. So it's a whole new experience. But you bring in someone from the transfer portal, especially someone who's been in maybe 2 different programs or 3 different programs. They've been through a whole bunch of changes, and they're kind of calloused to it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So they're used to it.
Think about a guy like Jemiah Neal and, what they expected or hoped for from him
Right.
and what he was able to bring them, given all the seasoning that he had in the college game.
Well, I think of a guy like Janai Broom from Auburn. He started I think it was at Washington State for a year, and then went down to Kennesaw, and then to Auburn. So he'd been to 3 different schools, but you kind of
at various levels.
At various levels. And so, you're always going to need that dynamic. You're still going to need to bring people to fit. But the ability to now go out and, unlike when Mac had to replace the Tyshawn Alexanders and the Marcus Zagorowskis of the world, as he did that year, it was mainly the baby Blue Jays, the baby Jays, the Kalumas, Trey Alexander, that group. With this, you can just go out and try, at least in some degree, to plug and play. Say, okay, well, this is what we lost. This is what we need to go out and get a seasoned person who has done it.
And you hit on something too, what you lost. As of today, you don't really know. You can say like, oh man, this guy could come back and this guy could come back and this guy could come back. But any of those players could also decide to move on from the program and go somewhere else. Yeah. And that's the rub of college sports, not college basketball, but college sports at this moment in time.
And so I guess, at the end of the day, my philosophy on this is Greg McDermott now has shown through different eras of roster building and now different eras of, player development that they've been very adaptable. It will look very different next year. But if there's a guy who's kind of earned the benefit of the doubt of knowing what he needs, going out and getting it, and then making the necessary adaptations to the style to make it work, Mac has been that one.
Yeah.
But I understand where their uneasiness would be some uneasiness.
Is this in response to the Chattel column or just the discussion in general?
Well, I think it's a discussion in general. Obviously, Chattel wrote about it, and it's not a bad premise because we do it all the time. I mean, we did it with Nebraska football.
How are they going to replace this guy? How are they going to replace this
when
guy?
they had to replace Rozier and Gill and Fryer? How are they going to do this?
Because you think it's never going to get better than this.
Right.
It's never. And the interesting thing about the Tom Chattel column, and for those who haven't read it, I know it kind of made some waves this weekend amongst Creighton fans in particular. It said Creighton's golden era might be done. Can the Jays ever acquire this much talent again? It's like headline alone leads you to believe, okay, this is going to be, can they replace these guys? I read it a little bit more, and I'll say this. I think Tom is very plugged in with Greg McDermott and the Creighton apparatus, if you will, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I read it, and maybe I was trying to read between the lines, but I read it almost as will he want to be a part of this era of college basketball as it continues to move forward? I couldn't help but think about Jay Wright when I was reading it, given that he was all over my television this weekend talking about a variety of games, and a few years ago, I'm guessing that there were similar columns about them. Can they do this again? Can they do this again? And the answer was no, but not for the reason of just acquiring talent. It's because he didn't want to be a part of the college sports system anymore, at least in the old way that he was. And this is, I'm certainly not saying Greg McDermott is going to retire tomorrow, but I do wonder, just given all the conversations we've had over the last few years about the variety of jobs that have opened up and how it's, turned into a bigger payday for McDermott and he stayed along with Creighton. When you lose a player like a Kalkbrenner or an era like this comes to an end, the next step now is going to be hard just because you're going to have to not completely restart because there will be players. I think we agree there will be players that were on this roster that will be on next year's roster. But you're you're closer to starting from scratch than you are just kind of plugging and playing, at least in my opinion.
I would argue that Mac has already been pretty adaptive to transfers.
Definitely.
Some of the guys that I mentioned, Watson and Marcus Foster in particular, they were transferred.
That kind of kicked off that new wave.
It did. It kicked off that new era. So I think in terms of a transfer product, Greg McDermott is very comfortable with that. And so from that standpoint, I don't think that is a deterrent. Now, is the dealing with basically your whole roster's being a free agent?
Yes.
And
That's
having
what's
to deal
different
with
about
that?
today versus
Yeah, certainly I can't imagine he, like a lot of other people, probably would rather have it a different way. They would rather not have to go back and re-recruit the players that are already on their team. But I have never sensed from Mac a reticence of not wanting to play in this market. And the only reason I say that is he has been very active in helping promote the Bird Club, which is what makes all of this possible in the first place. That's Creighton's collective. And I know there's a part of him that would rather not have to do as much of that and just get back to the coaching side of it.
Because when he got into the business, it was the other side of it.
But he hasn't been hesitant to endorse it and, help feed it and work with it. So I guess in a long way, what I'm saying is I don't see him being like Jay Wright and just saying, you know what, I've kind of been there, done that. Now, Jay Wright was also in a pretty comfortable location where he had won at the highest level.
He'd won 2 national championships.
In a similar way to Tom Osborne, he went out on top.
Yeah.
And while this is the greatest run ever in Creighton basketball history,
there are still some things to do.
There
right?
are rungs on that ladder.
Hasn't won the conference tournament. Obviously, we've talked about that. And while he hasn't won a natty, I mean, the next step in the tournament would be the Final Four.
Sure.
He has not been able to do that. Alan asks, what's the peak era of the Coach Mack era at Creighton? I mean, I would certainly think it is I think you could start with like the COVID year, like the year that led into COVID, because they win the regular season. And then the next year they finally break through and they make the Sweet 16. And then the next year they go 1-1, but they lose a real good game to Kansas, and then they go to the Elite Eight. And I guess if you want to add on the next 2 years too, you can. But I would say that was the stretch where you break through in the regular season in the conference, and you just know at that point it's a matter of time. And you feel like you get something taken away from you because of the cancellation. And then the next year you go to the Sweet 16. Finally, you run into Gonzaga. You run into the national champ the next year in Kansas. And then you go to the Elite Eight. And you're this close to the Final Four. I mean, I would say that, that's the stretch. And that's why whenever, I think about, can they ever match this or whatever? It's like, I know how I felt at the end of the 2014 season. And I remember thinking, like, I just don't know how they're going to do this, because I thought, look, they're never going to get the player of the year again in the whole sport. And that's not the best Creighton team we've seen, in the last decade, let alone in our lifetime. So I think that's one of the things that, he can definitely lean back on. It's going to be pretty interesting to see the roster that they put together and maybe who today do you view one way that in a few years you're viewing in a much different way? Because I think a Kalkbrenner 4 years ago, I never would have expected this. Because Happer said something on his show today, like maybe building around Jackson McAndrew. He's like, can they build a roster around him? And I remember thinking, like, come on, no way. But I would have said the same thing about Kalkbrenner a few years ago, and they built a roster around him. So maybe they can.
They have shown the ability to develop players.
Oh, yeah.
They have shown that ability. And Jackson McAndrew, had 2 really nice games in the NCAA tournament against power competition and against some high-level basketball players. So, yeah, can you build around that? Sure. You certainly can. And it'll be really interesting to watch, because this will be, not that they haven't been active in the portal, but just because of the sheer losses. I mean, at least 3 major losses that they're going to be really active in the portal, and to see how it navigates, and to see what gaps are filled, and where they hit home runs and where maybe they don't get home runs, will be really fascinating to watch. So for the first time in what we would call the portal era, the Jays are very active players.
Definitely.
It's not just going out and having to replace Ryan Nembhard.
Yes.
Which they did with Stephen Ashworth. You got to replace Ashworth. You got to replace Kalkbrenner. You got to replace Jemiah Neal. And we don't know what the rest of the roster is going to be like. Haven't seen anything yet in the transfer portal today, but
Correct.
there's plenty of time for all of that.
Oh, yeah.
Well, still to come, very big brandy. Got very big brandy, and a lot of folks had opinions on the one buzzer beater that we got in this year's NCAA tournament.
He did indeed.
So that and more as Unsportsmanlike Conduct continues here on 1620 The Zone. But your home improvement company would love to set you up with brand new windows. Are your windows have they cost you money? When that blizzard went through and you saw a little bit of snow or just the wind sneak through? Or are they just getting old and they just need to be replaced? Well, your home improvement company has an unbeatable deal. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. It's a deal you won't want to miss. Energy efficient triple pane windows built with top quality materials right here in America. And with easy financing offers, this 50% off window purchase minimum of 4 windows gets even better because 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. So call 402-764-1720 today. Schedule your free in-home consultation with your home improvement company. Limited time offer, don't miss out. So let me repeat, 50% off your window purchase, minimum of 4 windows, and get 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 12 months. Call 402-764-1720 today. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. Don't wait. Call today, 402-764-1720, and love the difference. That would be a terrible slogan, by the way.
I think it'd be a great one. Put it on our billboard out there.
This week's Zone Deal is a $50 voucher to Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12.
Oh, let's go.
Man, it's too bad that there wasn't a baseball player back in the 80s named Exarban, because then Harry Carey could have done the, hi, Exarban spelled backwards is, wait a minute, Steve, did you know that Exarban spelled backwards is Nebraska? He would have loved that.
He would have.
He would have.
These are concessions vouchers only,
Awesome.
but you get two $25 vouchers for only two $25 vouchers for only $25.
Yes,
I had it right
yes.
the first time.
Yeah, got to be your bowl.
So you need to check out 1620thezone.com this Friday at 9
Oh, yeah.
for that offer. But
What?
we also have a chance to win $50
Oh.
vouchers this week on the Grum. So it looks like the casino's opening up again.
This is the show that gives away prizes.
Yeah.
I'd love to.
I love prizes, and I love giving away prizes.
I-
You get a prize.
I think now that we've rotated through a lot of these games, I think we should bring back 21 on the radio.
Oh,
Or
God.
what if we do Battleship on the radio? Battleship would be a
Oh.
good casino game. They should do that.
See, but the issue with that, Nick, is it takes a long
Yes, it does.
time.
How about we only have one boat that you have to sink and we make the grid smaller?
No.
But how are we going to give away the prizes to other people? And how are we competing with them?
Well, you got to workshop it a little.
Now, we have workshopped it. We're going to throw that one in the
so
trash.
when Shave comes up with, I bet if Shave came up with that idea, you'd have been like, "Oh, Shave, that was such a good idea.
he
We
has
love you and
great
your
ideas. Wow, you are triggered.
Well, be listening later this week because 1620 the casino will be open again for business and your chance to win.
mm-hmm.
We're so back.
But check out those vouchers, Exarban Cinema and ACX Cinema 12. $50 in vouchers for only $25. Get them while they last this Friday at 9, 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
We got no Cinderellas.
No, we did not.
None. The Sweet 16 is all brands. Brands, and brands.
My brand.
You know, there was a lot of conversing on Friday night about how the SEC got all these teams and look how many losses they had. And then at the end of the day, guess what?
They got a lot of teams
They
in.
still had 7 of the Sweet 16. They almost had half of the Sweet 16.
What was I'm looking it up right now. We talked about this a little bit, or maybe it was just something that I had written down. Did we talk about the number that Joe Rexrode of The Athletic? Yeah, here it is. So Joe Rexrode wrote about the SEC last week. They got 14 of 16 teams in the NCAA tournament, 3 more bids than the previous record, yada, yada, yada. Don't blow at SEC. Here's how you avoid that. Get 6 in the Sweet 16.
No, they exceeded it.
They got 7. And then he said, then get 3 in the Elite 8. So we'll see what happens over the course of the next few days, Thursday and Friday, and then 2 in the Final Four, 1 team cutting down the nets. So like you said, they exceeded the number of 6. They got 7. Bama's in there. Florida's in there. Arkansas as a 10 seed is in there.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee is in there. Kentucky is in there. Auburn is in there. And Ole Miss. And Ole Miss was were they also a 10?
No, they were a 6.
They were a 6. So, I mean, it's not even, just the dominant teams at the top. The obvious picks are in there. Auburn, Florida among them. But you have a team like Arkansas sneaking through versus the best team out of the Big East, and that's how you get to 7 so far. Almost half of the Elite 8 field. Almost half.
The Big Ten's got 4. Though if you take away the teams they stole away, they only got 3. Arizona. Give it up for the Pac-12, baby.
Arizona's a Big 12 team, though.
Oh, not Arizona. I'm sorry. Big 12. What was I looking at?
I don't know.
I guess they are.
Yeah.
Well, they did steal Maryland from the ACC.
A long time ago, yes.
A long time ago.
Yes.
I was thinking Oregon for some reason.
Yeah, I know.
But Arizona's
they
the team
played Arizona.
that beat Oregon. If that game would have been played, I don't know, earlier in the day instead of
Oregon
ending
would
after
have won.
Midnight, maybe we'd all remember who they beat.
Yep.
Big 12, the conference formerly known as the best conference in college basketball.
Yes.
They got 4 in.
Yes, including Arizona.
Including Arizona, who they stole from the Pac-12. And then there's Duke and the ACC. But it's all about the brands. And there were no Cinderellas.
Nope.
This is
Very close to getting Colorado State.
As
we'll discuss.
More on that in a minute.
As we'll discuss. Very
This
close.
is the first time that the Sweet 16 is composed entirely of major conference teams. Only 4 different conferences are represented. Every other Sweet 16 had at least 7. Now, it's fair to say if they hadn't killed the Pac-12, they would have a team in.
Yeah.
If they hadn't killed...
Well, BYU is a freshly new team in the Big 12. Well, not freshly new, but they're recently
Correct.
new. Houston is recently new to the Big 12.
Correct.
You have teams, yeah.
So you would have been able to get to 7 different conferences if we would have gone with the alignment of just a couple of years
I was going to say,
ago.
if you go within 5 years, just like COVID, right? Houston's not in the Big 12. Arizona's not in the Big 12. BYU is not in the Big 12. And those teams were... Well, BYU was an independent.
Yeah.
Houston was in the AAC. Arizona was in the Pac-12. So you're talking about 3 teams, 3 separate conferences.
Sure.
You go back a little bit further, and yeah, you can throw Maryland into the conversation as well.
So I think a lot of folks right now are seeing this and, and I think there's rightful accusation that can be thrown out at the new era of college sports. But I think this is as much a victim of conference realignment as it is NIL, the transfer portal. Because we literally just explained it,
Yeah, a few years ago, this
Now the SEC getting so many teams in the field in the first place, that certainly is NIL transfer portal related.
Isn't that interesting, though, when you look at the SEC? Auburn, been around forever. Ole Miss, been around forever. Kentucky, been around forever. Tennessee, been around forever. Florida, been around forever. Alabama, been around forever. The most recent SEC teams that is on this graphic that we have right now is Arkansas, and they joined in the early 90s.
Mm-hmm.
So basically my entire life they've been in that conference. You're right. Like, that's one part of it. I am not, honestly, I'm not really going to argue either way on, is this the beginning of the end? Is this how it always is? Yada, yada, yada. Like, we just got done. Well, not just, because College World Series was like a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
But we had 2 leagues that made it to Omaha. And that certainly felt like the turning of the tide. It certainly did. If someone wants to make the argument that this is the beginning of something different, I'm going to listen. And here's why. It's not because, the SEC and the Big Ten have all this money, because they do, and they always have, and they always will. It's more, if you're a good mid-major and you have these players, why are they going to stick around?
Yeah.
The mid-majors of the olden days, like the ones that truly, like senior laden or junior laden, whatever it was, that was able to break through and have one magical run of the Sweet 16. Why were they able to do that? Because they kept the players on their roster for years. And suddenly they were this old team that played a young team or a dumb team, or whatever it was, and they would win. That's the stuff that isn't happening anymore. So if someone, again, wants to say, Josh, this is the future. Do I think every year is going to only have 4 teams in the Sweet 16? Of course not. Do I think that eras of a lot of the mid-majors breaking through might be done? I am very open to that discussion, again, because it's just harder to keep the rosters intact. If you're a really good player at a mid-major, who's to say you're going to stay there? Frankie Fiddler, his team is on this graphic right now, and he wasn't there last year.
And I think there's an argument to be made that what makes this tournament special is in jeopardy if what you say is true. And we can tackle that a little bit later on. But coming up next, one of those mid-majors that coulda, woulda, shoulda got in, but didn't, coulda, woulda, shoulda got in because somebody might have taken too many steps. We'll break down.
Oh, yeah, we got the tape.
We'll gather together.
Oh, let's get some hunters.
And break this down in just a moment.
Find some berries.
Of Derek Queen's travel or no travel. You be the judge on 1620 The Zone. We literally just spent that segment talking about the impact of NIL. It is impacting a lot. And if you want to get involved with NIL and do so in a fun, engaging, just make it more interesting way, I suggest visiting On the Line. On the Line is an Omaha-based company that is partnered with all 3 major Nebraska Division I institutions: Creighton, Nebraska, and Omaha. And what they do is very simple. They allow you to go in, pick your favorite school, and then you pick a measurable metric from any game, any sport. Could be first downs or touchdowns in football. Could be home runs or strikeouts in baseball. It could be field goals or block shots in basketball, whatever the case may be. You pick the metric and then attach a dollar figure to that metric. And for every time that metric hits, that becomes your donation towards your favorite school's NIL. You set the budget, so you're not going to break the bank, but it's a way of rewarding your team when your team rewards you. Could be very simple. It could be just about wins. Hey, for every time my team wins, it's going to be $10. And that goes straight to those schools' NIL fund so they can recruit and retain the best college athletes. The website is athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving with On the Line at athleticsontheline.com. I guess this, can we promote this now? Return of Formula Fridays?
No, holy God!
It's not what's happening.
Edit that out of the podcast, Nick.
It's not what's happening.
Wow, this is incredible. Nick just told us something off air that I think is going to be great
I'm excited for it.
all two of our Formula.
It's Tire Tuesdays. Tire spelled with a Y like they
It's-
do in Europe for some weird reason.
Exactly,
Nice.
John.
It's not twires, it's tires.
The way God intended for us to spell tire. T-Y-R-E.
That's right, we fought that damn war so we could get away from people who spell tires with a Y.
Yeah, but did we win that war, John? Do you see how things are now?
We did win that war. We got away from
We
them.
don't spell it with a Y.
Yeah.
Oh, that war with you. I thought you were talking about another war with Europe.
You know, when
You're talking about the OG.
When Prince Charles got married, the countries, well, with the exception of the idiots on the morning news shows, the rest of the country was like, doesn't matter, doesn't impact us. Yeah. We're not paying for them anymore.
Actually, I think we're the idiots because we're the ones who don't care. It seems like everybody else does care.
Yeah.
Well,
shout out to us.
Maybe
shout
we're
out
the
to
ones
us
on
for
the
not
outside.
being the idiots.
And you know what? You can say that again about this next topic. John and I are going to tell you the truth about traveling.
The truth. Oh. It's the truth.
And you know what I don't like? I don't like that I'm getting called a grandpa or you don't know ball.
You're getting called a grandpa?
I think that there is certainly something to be said for if you are a human being that says that's a travel, people say, oh, you're old. People do this all the time.
Sure.
Because I remember family members of mine, oh, that's a travel. And I'd say, no, that's a Euro step. You're allowed to do that. But just because Larry Bird didn't do a Euro step doesn't mean it's illegal. Mm-hmm. But what happened yesterday?
Euro step sounds like the name of some European music genre.
Nice. What happened yesterday with this player? First of all,
with Derek Queen of Maryland. And it was a thrilling moment. We got a last-second shot for Colorado State.
Finally, about damn time March Madness gave us a game-winning shot at the end. I'm going to be critical of this thing for two reasons. The one we'll obviously discuss, but also long sleeves under a jersey is stupid. You got to be so hot. I don't like long sleeves under jerseys.
Well, now you do sound old.
Exactly. But if you're on the internet and you're talking about traveling, people are like, oh, okay, grandpa, put your computer away and go to bed. No, I will not go to bed. It wasn't my bedtime. And also, he took 3 steps, and I don't want to hear nothing about no gather.
Well, here's the play in question again, the game-winning shot yesterday, courtesy of CBS and Turner.
One bucket to keep its season alive. Gillespie from the out of bounds to the freshman Queen who's driving, floats it. Oh! Maryland on the right side of a buzzer beater with life into the Sweet 16.
That was the live action play.
Mm-hmm.
And the argument now is over the gather step.
Yes.
The gather step, that once you gather up the basketball, the first step becomes step 0.
It's like a year 0 for a head coach, John.
I want to end the practice of talking about anything that starts the count with 0. The count has always started with the number 1. If you have 8 apples, the first apple you count is not apple 0.
But John,
it's the first apple. It's apple 1.
There's a worm in it. So it's 0. It's apple 0.
Yeah, you're not going to eat the worm apple.
Also,
there is no such thing as year 0. There is no such thing as step 0.
Also,
I don't care what anybody says.
What about week 0?
0 degrees, also terrible. 0 degrees, also bad. I don't like 0 degrees.
Well, Fahrenheit or Celsius.
Don't you dare, Nick. Let's get back to the topic at hand.
Well, so the argument is because in the NBA,
correct,
they allow this gather step, which is when you pick up your dribble and you gather in the ball.
Yeah.
When do you start counting the pivot foot?
What is this, Des Bryant catching the ball against the Packers? Is that what we're doing again?
Well, it was kind of interesting that, the ref analyst on CBS was Gene's territory, the guy who made the call on Des Bryant.
Hey, Gene, I hate you. I hate your guts.
I mean, Gene, you were right about Des.
No, he took 2 steps and then he dove for the end zone. Triggered.
Here was a breakdown, though.
Yes.
This is Ant Wright. I don't.
Yeah.
What is his thing?
Because watches the Big Ten.
He does watch a lot of Big Ten.
He's something's not going right.
Well, he was the one that did the accounting of how many times Nebraska got bad called against Ohio State.
This guy just watches Big Ten basketball.
He just watches Big Ten basketball.
A horrible job for anybody.
It doesn't sound like a great job.
Yeah. So he broke it down a little bit.
He broke it down. It's got some slow motion, so it helps us.
And we're going to get to see now the play over and over and over again. All right, here we go.
Yo, what up, my casuals and casualettes? We have a highly requested video here. It's been a minute since we did one of these, bro. It's been like a year, but shout out to Derek Queen, little game winner. But we about to count these steps, though. He catches it, front pivot, we good, dribble, and here's where the steps start. So here you have no possession. This is your half dribble. Now you start. You go 1, 2, and up. It's a game winner. It's not a travel. Not even close to a travel. So Don't be a casual.
Got a text. He played at Michigan. I had no idea. So he
Oh,
played.
cool.
So
I don't give a damn where he played.
Now, here's the thing, though. So he pauses it in the middle of the gather step. He had already gathered the ball. Why is nobody talking about that today?
Mm-hmm.
He had already maintained possession when he took the first of the 3 steps. I know what a gather step is. Now, John's going to have some rule book stuff, I imagine. That's not in the college rule book. Even if it was, I think he had already gathered. He had hunted and he had gathered.
Yes.
And then he took 3 steps.
And then he took 3 steps.
It's not even close to a travel, though.
But there is, and I think a lot of the reason why, Josh, you were getting the heat for, you don't know ball, old-timey, blah, 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 blah. Because in the NBA, they allow for this.
Correct.
In the NBA, they allow. Now, we're not talking about the egregious stuff in the NBA where people literally just start walking with the basketball.
Remember the LeBron
and then
video?
when
he took like 4 steps.
We're
And then
not
he
talking
started
about
dribbling.
that. But they do allow for this in the NBA. But I have a copy because I downloaded every year before Creighton basketball of the official NCAA rule book.
John Bishop, Mike Tirico, handshake.
The word gather does not exist. The gather step does not exist. The irony is, though, that this year, one of the points of emphasis for NCAA basketball officials was on the subject of traveling. But there is no gather step in college basketball.
Fascinating.
So this
what he did
explanation,
was
I'm
actually
sorry.
illegal.
Yes, he traveled with the basketball.
How about Steratore defending it, though, on the broadcast, as you mentioned a few minutes ago? Was that just him, as usual, not wanting to be critical of the officials?
Well, but he's gone against the grain at times. I heard him go against the grain a few times. Now, I'll be honest with you. I did not hear Gene's explanation of this play.
So they talked to him twice. Kenny and was Charles there? Yes, Charles was there. They talked to him on the post game.
Yeah.
And then at the end of that long, drawn-out ending to the Oregon-Arizona game last night, Jalen Rose, who, God, he stepped all over Lisa that entire broadcast. He's like, "Hey, Gene, what did you think he traveled?" And Gene's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "From the game earlier." And so then he talked about it a little bit more, and he said, "No, he didn't. It was a normal thing to do. You're allowed to do that." People used to be so critical of the NBA because they're allowed to travel. College basketball, the NBA handshake meme. I guess you're allowed to do this now.
Basketball nothing exists in basketball.
But the thing that really irritated me, really irritated me.
Tell me more.
Oh, here's the soapbox.
Oh, yeah. Soapbox is coming out, baby.
We need a graphic.
Soapbox is coming out, baby.
Okay.
And listen, I like me some John Fanta,
too. Oh,
too.
thank you. Yes! This was the dumbest crap that I've ever seen!
But, John, this was the dumbest explanation you could have possibly had to justify.
Oh, it's so whiny
about this.
It was so garbage.
Because a lot of the complaining the first 3 days of the tournament was we had no buzzer beaters.
Which we didn't.
We had no buzzer beaters. We had very few dramatic games.
There was no madness.
A lot of games.
It was still March.
A lot of games that were
bad, horrible, garbage.
That were not good.
Basketball.
Whoa, Nick, are you saying those are synonyms for the word basketball?
I'm just saying words.
But John Fanta put out a video today bemoaning the fact that people were being critical of the tournament and saying there wasn't enough drama, there wasn't enough buzzer beaters.
Butter beaters.
Butter beaters.
Yeah.
Not enough butter on this basketball.
Not enough buzzer beaters. And his explanation, John's justification for this not being called a travel wasn't anything about the gather step or wasn't anything about the rule book or anything like that. It was, in your right mind, do you actually think that's going to get called in a game? Where does that ever get called in a game? Child, please don't ruin what was a beautiful thing for Maryland. I know it stinks for Colorado State. It's brutal. It's heartbreaking. They let them play. It's not a travel. Basketball has changed. If you're going to be that much by the rule book, you're going to blow the whistle on every play. This is situational officiating. This is the scourge of our society.
Wow.
If it's a penalty or a foul or a violation in the first 2 seconds of a game, it's a penalty, it's a foul, it's a violation in the last 2 seconds of the game. Do not justify situational officiating. I hate the explanation of, well, you can't make that call in that moment. Yes, you can, because if it's a violation, it's a violation. Do not allow situational officiating to blind your vision. Now, we can argue the travel versus the no travel if you believe that it's a travel or not. But don't give the explanation of, well, you can't call it here because we finally got a buzzer beater. If he would have pulled out a damn gun and shot somebody and then made the shot.
That's in the rule book, John. You're allowed to do that.
Well, that's true. I guess I didn't Google the word gun.
Yeah, control
the word gun is not in
That's
there.
situational.
But geez.
What kind of gun was it?
Oh my God, it frustrates me to no
What was the
end.
caliber?
Please do not allow for situational officiating to blind your vision.
I agree with John. Situational officiating is definitely a top 5 societal problem.
Yes. You know what that was? That was Patrick Mahomes after they lost to the Bills a couple years ago when he said it should count because it was a cool play.
That's true.
No! It should not.
Don't ruin this for them because I don't want it to be ruined for them.
John, I love you, but don't do it. Please. Now, I agree with Josh. It was a travel. It was a travel. A, you don't allow the gather step in college basketball, and B, he had already gathered the ball and then started taking
That's
the
the
steps.
issue. It's not, forget about it if you're allowing it or not. He had already taken control of the basketball. He wasn't bobbling it. Because Steratore like, hey, in theory, you could just keep bobbling it. Like, okay, no, they're going to call you for traveling eventually.
Well, that's the butter on the ball.
That is, yes, it's butterball.
But it's like, oh my God, people, why? You know why we didn't have any buzzer beaters? We just didn't have any buzzer beaters.
Because the games weren't close.
Yeah.
We had very few close down to the wire basketball games.
Exactly.
That's why. That's why it's football season, folks. This is why. Sorry, Fanta. It's football season now.
It's not football season.
Hey, guess what we have coming up next? Mitch Sherman. And what are we going to talk about with Mitch Sherman?
Gather steps?
Football, baby.
On
Football.
1620 The Zone. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joins us. Mitch, good afternoon. How was your weekend?
It was pretty good. How about you guys?
Not bad. I was able to get some of the dirt off of my car after the dirt blizzard that we had last week.
Yeah, you should be able to do that with a trip through the car wash, I think. At least that was my experience. I'm still looking at dirt on my windows and my furniture out back.
It's
So
all
we're
over
discussing-
It's all over the side of the
discussing
house.
strategy to clean that.
The deck. It's everywhere.
Thanks, Texas.
Yeah.
It's like sand. It's
Texas and New
everywhere.
Mexico apparently was where all the dirt came from.
Yes.
Yeah. Too much of it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thankfully, the blizzard didn't happen while spring practice was going on.
Yes. Thank you, Blizzard.
Though they probably would have just practiced indoors.
That's true.
I think Matt Rule might have taken him outside in that. It seems, it seems like something that he would enjoy.
Well, but remember, they used the wind tunnel excuse as a reason not to blow up South Stadiums. I don't know if being out in the blizzard would have been a good idea. Or maybe that's their way of saying, hey, we are going to blow up South Stadium. It's going to create this wind tunnel. We got to get used to it now.
Yeah.
Right. You don't get a lot of blizzards in November or earlier, of course, in the football season. But if you want to be in contention to host a CFP game, it could happen. Certainly had them in December. So I think that we missed it by 1 week. If it had happened this week, or if spring break had been a week earlier on the calendar and the Huskers were at practice last week, he would have at least taken them outside for a period or two in the snow and wind.
Mitch, you had a column that went up on The Athletic today about the storylines of spring ball. Is the roster crunch is real, as you had a subheadline in there. Is that the story of this, mainly because it's like uncharted territory, and how do they get down to the 105, and what do battles look like over the next few weeks, and then obviously into fall camp as well?
I think it's a story. I think when the names start to fall off the roster and you get an announcement on social media from a player who is giving up football or who's going to become a team manager or transfer down to another level, most of them who are out because of the 105 are not going to be household names. So I don't know that lends itself to being the story of the spring. There will be some, and there will be some players, as there are every portal cycle, a few at least, who leave that would not have been casualties of the 105, that just choose to move on because maybe when spring comes to an end in 5 weeks, they're sitting fourth on the depth chart and they were expecting to compete for a starting job. So somewhere else out there looks better. Those kinds of things are going to happen, and that will help a little bit with the numbers. I think it's how jarring it becomes in the summer depends on the number of players that fit into that class that I just described. And I don't think the coaches are going to sugarcoat anything because of that. Like if somebody's not in line for playing time, where in the past they might have tried to, tell them the sunny side of the story, they're going to be real. I think Matt Rule was pretty real with the players in December when he sat them down and said, if we had a 105 right now, you'd be in or out. There's not gray area in that conversation. And I don't think there will be even less of it. I think there will be even less of it when they talk in April and into May. So it's just a short period of time, like a week, I believe, that the portal's open in late April. So those are going to have to be conversations that are ongoing, even as spring practice is happening.
Speaking of the Rule message, we're not going to have a spring game for everybody to see. There's going to be, when we got the spring schedule last week, the practice schedule, and there will be 3 open periods to the media, 3 practices where there'll be, 15 to 20-ish minutes open to the media. But that's going to be the only quasi-public viewing of this football team. Do you wonder how much the message will be controlled now that there's not a spring game out there to to give people their own eyesight and an ability to kind of interpret what it is that they're seeing?
Yeah, I think so. I think people see maybe more than what there actually is to see. They see sometimes what they want to see
Mm-hmm.
at a spring game. It's not necessarily always as revealing, and we're guilty of this in the media too, because in the past, it's been the most access to a practice that we've got. Like on Thursday this week, we're going to see some practice, and then again in the next couple of weeks. But they're going to be short little sessions, and 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 tops. And a spring game allows you a lot more, especially since it's in kind of a game mode. So yeah, the message is going to be controlled, but it's pretty much it's been that way before. And Rule is one of those coaches who uses that to his advantage. Like, he controls the message as best he can during the season, and it's more difficult because there's 12 games where you get to see a lot.
Mitch, one of the quotes that you included, going back to the roster spot for just a moment from Rule, was when he said, "You have to make decisions based on production and professionalism, not potential." Did that surprise you at all? Because I'll be honest, it surprises me a little bit, just thinking that you bring guys in hoping for, what's next, not so much what they've already done so far.
Well, if you're a freshman in the program, then you're being judged on your potential. But if you're a third-year player and it hasn't happened yet, but you run a fast 40 time and you've got a lot of measurables, but you've had a couple of years to get it done on the field. Maybe you've been hurt. Maybe you've not, for whatever reason, it's not clicked. I think those are the players that he's talking about. And if you start to go through positions, there are quite a few. And I'm talking about traditional scholarship players who have a lot of potential. And we saw it when they were recruited, and I think it's been talked about during their time in the program, but it has yet to show up on the field. And even if it's showing up on the practice field, I think to some degree, that's not, I do think in a sense, when he says production, he means practice production and game production. We think about it like game production, but they're not going to cut somebody because, who's a former four-star player and has had a senior, one of the better players on the team in front of them, and they think there's a lot of potential and they've been getting it done on the practice field. I don't think that's who he's talking about. He's talking more about players who've yet to do it in practice.
We're talking with Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Do you believe that the pace of the offense will need to be stepped up this season?
I think that's something that Dana Holgorsen will push for. I mean, that's part of his offense. The normal Holgorsen offense has pace to it. I would say it like this. I don't think it's going to be the kind of increase in pace that you maybe saw like with the Scott Frost offense, or that you've seen with Holgorsen offenses in the past, where they're 5 wide or 4 wide, and the whole purpose of it is to have the defense on its heels, and that's really just how they play, is pace. It's how they're defined. I think it's more about rhythm, and it's going to be more about rhythm with his offense at Nebraska. There will be times where they want to go fast, and then there will be times where they're happy to not. And I don't think that's always just dictated by the score and the down and distance and the weather, the time in the game, the opponent. I think it's just the feel that Dana's going to have as an offensive coordinator. He has that kind of special quality where I think there kind of becomes a connection between him and the quarterback and just everything that's happening. It's like a I don't. It's hard to even describe. It's it when you see it out there on the football field, when an OC is in a rhythm and the offense is in a rhythm, and some play callers do it well and some don't do it well. I think he's pretty good at that. So I think when you talk about pace with this offense, a lot of it's just going to be more the rhythm that he finds himself capable of getting into.
Mitch, going back to John's question to start the conversation, I wonder if you think this kind of lack of knowing about the team with spring ball and there not being that kind of carrot at the end of the stick of the spring game, even though that has changed and evolved over the years, Is this how the sport you think is going to be moving forward, where a spring will arrive and we'll have all these questions and it's just going to be, yeah, but we have to wait. Like, we've always been waiting until the season to really get the answers. But I wonder if you think that that's even going to be exasperated a bit more without the spring game.
Yeah, I think springs are going to become more inconsequential for the types of things that we've used them to gauge in the past. They might be important for roster decisions and for revenue sharing decisions, for things that like involve the general manager. And I'm really interested to hear what his role is this spring. Pat Stewart, the new GM for Nebraska, but I don't think they're going to be as revealing and important for the kinds of things that we've come to expect spring practice to reveal. Like in the past, it's almost like another season just without the games. And I think they're trending more toward the NFL kind of model. Now, Matt Rule's very clear that, he doesn't want it to go to OTAs. He doesn't want it to become like the NFL in that way where players are just being coached and they're not being trained. That's a difference between college and the pros. But I think some other ways that the spring is used, it's just going to kind of slide down that slope of it's the way the sport is going. It's hard to keep one thing back and say, all right, we're sticking with the old amateur model here, but everything else in the way that we run this business is trending toward the professional style.
How much do the injuries on the offensive line this spring kind of muck up the decisions that will need to be made later?
Well, I think it depends on how those young players, how they perform. If Nebraska comes out and can find two, they don't have to be starting, like ready to be starters, but two offensive linemen from the young group that includes, I put Grant Bricks at the top of the group, just kind of there's a potential word because of his potential. And he's just been in the program 1 year. So it's not like, that's not a negative at all to say that he's got potential. I mean, he redshirted last year, so there wasn't an opportunity to produce. But, Grant Bricks, Jason Machachak, Sam Sledge, Brock Knutson, Tyler Kanak, Gibson Pyle, like if they can find two from that group who are ready to jump into the rotation, then the injuries are, as long as those players are ready to go in August, the injuries are they don't hurt you. But if they get out there on the practice field and they're 5-10 practices in a couple of weeks and they haven't seen growth and players who look ready, then yeah, you've been held back because then it means your starting offensive line or almost everything that you're depending on in 2025 is out, and you don't know if you have to go to the portal and look more in April and May, or if those players are going to be ready. It puts you in a bind if you're Donovan Raiola. So the hope, of course, is that with the time now to be on the big stage, that the offensive linemen who've been in the program for a year or 2 years or even 3 years in a couple of cases, that they step up and make a jump.
Mitch, how much fun was putting together that 2005 recruiting class story?
Yeah, it almost didn't even feel like work. It was just a lot of fun. I've been waiting like 2 months since we talked when I got the call from Zach Taylor. I think I almost missed an interview with you guys on a Monday because I was jumping off of a call with Zach, and I said there's a story coming out in a few weeks.
Yep.
And it took a little bit longer than what I expected, but yeah, it was the retrospective about the 2005 recruiting class and how it was a unique group in Nebraska history and what it represented at that time and how it kind of laid a foundation for a lot of things that have happened in the program over the last 20 years, certainly over the next 5 years. And, Ndamukong Suh and Zach Taylor were the headliners, but there's so many great stories buried within that class, characters that were fun to look back at.
Are we just never going to hear from Bill Callahan about his time in Nebraska? Like it's always like a bummer whenever there's a story about anything from 04 to 07. He always declines to comment.
I actually thought that it might happen on this one. I had an in with Brian, his son, the coach of the Titans, and Bill works on that staff. And, I kind of got some good signals from a couple of people in Tennessee that I might be able to talk to him. And I know that he got the message that I was looking to talk to him, which is further than it's gotten some other times when it's not like I'm knocking on his door every every 6 months, but there
Right.
have been 3 or 4 stories over the years that have come up where it's, these retrospective historical stories are enjoyable. And I think people like to read them, even though it was about a time that isn't the most fun to remember in Nebraska football history. I felt like if there was an instance where it was going to happen, where he might talk, it would be this one, because, the 2005 recruiting class is like about as good as it can get in remembering Bill Callahan. But he declined, and I don't know. Maybe when he retires from football, he'll want to sit down and chat.
Not
at this point, just because it's been 20 years, or it will have been 20 years probably when he hangs it up. It would be interesting just to whatever he has to say would be interesting.
Love to know.
Not that I go out and seek, stuff from his time at the Raiders, but I wonder if this is his defense mechanism for any down period in his history, or if he just has this, for lack of a better term, blind spot about not wanting to talk about Nebraska.
I think he's a private guy. That's why he's thrived as an assistant coach in the NFL, where
Definitely.
you don't have the spotlight on you. And even when he was at Nebraska, he was fine in the spotlight, but I don't think it was his favorite thing to do. And there was kind of an air of uncomfortability around him a lot. So I think it's more about that than
Okay.
how things went. He's just not comfortable, and doesn't have to do it. So I don't think he sees a lot of good that can come out of it, I guess.
Yeah, and to be fair to him, like, I don't know if I've ever seen him talk about his time in Oakland or any of his other jobs. It seems like he's always just kind of pushing, looking to the future.
Sure, he's just coaching offensive linemen. That's what he was meant to do, and
He's
he got so
incredible
good
at
at that he became a coordinator and then became a head coach, and ultimately he found his passion back at what he was best at.
He does get an awful lot of credit, and I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, so don't take this the wrong way, for the offensive line coaching. Yet I don't think he's ever earned a Super Bowl ring, has he? In any of his stops?
No, I don't think so. He hasn't been in those kind of organizations.
Yeah, he just, he's been able to build up good offensive lines, and he's gotten a great reputation, but it's outside of the Super Bowl he was the head coach in. He is not.
Yeah,
he's not even been in
what
one.
happened with the Raiders under Gruden when he was? Did they make a Super Bowl before he became?
They did not.
No, they made the AFC Championship game. So like that's outside of that one Super Bowl he made as the head coach, that's kind of the high point of his career. Actually, was that Raiders stretch where they went to the 2000 AFC Championship game. They lost the Tuck Rule game the next year. Then he took them to the Super Bowl, and then after that, he's been in the playoffs a few other times. He went to the playoffs once with the Cowboys, went to the playoffs once with Washington, maybe a couple times with Washington, with the Browns during the COVID year. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, he's an incredible offensive line coach. But yeah, he's never gotten the elusive ring.
Yeah, a lot of the guys from that class talk about how much they feel indebted to him. I'm not just talking about the offensive linemen, but players, skill players, up and down the list from that, the JUCO players and high school recruits from that 05 class who, so many of them, almost half of the class got into the NFL, and they didn't all stick, but got into a camp, and almost to a man. I heard about their feelings for him, and just how they all remember the positives that he had. I mean, there were plenty of things that we can rehash and go over about his coaching, but the things that those players who were with him in that class remember are the the factors that allowed them to have successful pro careers.
It was just, I'm not saying I knew him very well, but having the experience of hosting his show for at least a little while in that year, I still remember when the day that class was officially announced and they held the press conference, and then he came in later that night and did his regular show on the radio network, that he asked if he could stay a little longer. I mean, he was on for the whole hour, and then he said, I think we got more to talk about. And he stayed for another 15 minutes after the top of the hour break. And I have never seen a coach more excited to talk about a group of players than I saw Bill Callahan that day. It was almost surreal. because, you kind of have this visual of somebody, and he wasn't a Nebraska guy. So there was that whole getting used to the whole lay of the land. But man, he really felt like, man, we really did something here. And it was fascinating to watch.
And they did. I mean, it just failed to come together in the way that they envisioned. But it's impossible to argue with the collection of talent that signed with Nebraska that year.
100%.
The one guy from that class that I was hoping that would pan out the most was Leon Jackson. I was a Leon Jackson guy. I mean, everyone was high on Lucky, and there was nothing wrong with Marlon Lucky. But I was like, man, Leon Jackson, that was the guy.
He was so fast on his high school film.
Was.
Oh, man, he was fast.
Where did he end up transferring?
He ended up at Hawaii.
Hawaii.
And had a couple of productive seasons. But he was, even in the Big 12, he wasn't quite big enough to be an every down back.
Yeah.
He was from Washington, right? Is that where?
I believe so.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Good times.
Back when covering recruiting was fun.
It was different, that's for sure.
Oh, yes, it was.
Well, check that out and all of Mitch's great work at theathletic.com.
Uh-huh.
Mitch, as always, we appreciate the conversation. Have a good one.
Thanks, guys. You too.
That is Mitch Sherman of The Athletic, who joins us every Monday here on The Grum.
Yeah, it is. It's really, really interesting. Baymon writes, loved Leon Jackson. I tweeted this when the story went up last week. I had that newspaper from the day after signing day with the Chattel column and probably Mitch's, gamer, whatever you want to call it, from that day. And because I was just like, wow, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be the beginning of the turnaround and all those guys. And obviously it didn't do that. They didn't win a conference, but man, I mean, it has Ndamukong Suh. It has the greatest defensive player that I ever watched play at Nebraska, among other guys. And, even if Marlon Lucky maybe didn't reach the heights that people imagined him to be, this Reggie Bush type character. I mean, he's near the top of the record books in a lot of statistics. With what he was able to do. He was
very effective. I mean,
he definitely was.
If he would have come around in an era that was more successful successful and where everyone had warm and fuzzies about the coaching staff, he'd fit in that lineage of all the other, running backs that, a lot of us older fans can, recite, almost like, listing the presidents in reverse order. You just count down back to all through the great running back.
He was being compared to Reggie Bush, and he was not as good as Reggie Bush, but he was still really good.
He was.
I think when you hear 5-star, you imagine one thing, and he was not that.
Yeah.
But he was nowhere near the biggest disappointment from that class. A bevy of other players. You could start and end with Harrison Beck if you'd like, because he was a part of the 05 class, of course, and others. Really, really fun read.
Not necessarily sports flash worthy, but Will Wade is the new head coach at NC State.
What?
You remember him from such hits as Strong Ass Offer?
I do remember that.
Which nowadays, in fact,
you got to do strong ass offers.
I think more coaches should use the phrase strong ass offer.
You did love that.
Because NIL, now it's legal.
At this point, it's just an offer.
It is just an offer. That's true.
But apparently Will Wade made a strong-ass offer to Nebraska basketball assistant coach Adam Howard because Adam Howard is joining him on his staff at NC State.
What? He's leaving Nebraska behind? Sad.
So Adam Howard will not be participating in the crown. He'll be working. He'll be working on helping Will Wade make some strong-ass offers.
Congrats to Adam Howard.
Yes.
How about that? How about that football discussion? God, wasn't that good, Nick?
And now we don't have to do it again until August.
Wrong. You idiot. You absolute pinhead.
Baseball starts on Thursday, Josh.
It started last week.
It does.
It started last week.
There was
Remember?
opening. It
the
wasn't
Cubs,
real
they played
opening.
and they lost.
ESPN's promoting this Thursday as opening night. I'm sorry. I don't think last week should count. I don't think it should count.
Last week was an opening series for 2 teams, but it wasn't opening day.
It was, though. It was the day the season opened, Nick.
No.
You too. I am surrounded by morons.
No, it's just you. You're just surrounded by yourself.
No, I'm not. I am myself. What is this? I'm zero?
Yes, you're zero. Apparently, you mad bro is really mad at me for.
Yeah.
I mean,
bro's mad, bro.
Again, he said that you said the dumbest thing ever said on the station, which, come on. There's no way that can be true.
When
Nick Grimm
Josh
exists.
and I exist?
No, when you exist.
Hey, Mr. Snow Blizzard boy.
I said that was happening, Nick.
Mhm.
You should be complimenting me. Did I
No.
say that it was going to snow?
You said it was going to be done, but then by doing that, you put the bad
I literally
juju
said
in the
it
universe.
would be done after it snows.
And then you made the snow worse by saying that. You
I
angered
said
the
it was
weather
going to
gods.
be a blizzard. How am I wrong for saying there will be a literal blizzard?
Because that wasn't a normal blizzard.
Stibb said that there wasn't going to be anything. If you want to blame somebody, blame him. He said it on the show last Tuesday. It's going to be fine.
Stibb says a lot of things.
Yeah, he does. Like, he had some good ideas. He said those words before.
Stibbs doesn't have the gravitas that you do, Josh.
Wow.
He doesn't have your...
I do appreciate that.
Your, what's the word? Audience.
That's the first time I've ever heard Josh mention with gravitas.
I think it's because I'm getting older.
You should rub some gravitas on your hamstring. It might.
Dude, that might help. That's a good idea.
How is it going, by the way? Is it better?
Yeah, it's a little better.
Did you try yelling slurs at it? Maybe that's the magic.
Man, Nick always goes to the slurs.
You're going to Boston.
Are you able to? Have you been able to run
Yes, I've ran
your normal workout?
But is it getting like incrementally
what
better?
percent of your normal workout can you now do? Getting ready for a marathon workout.
Well, normally I was running 80 miles in a week,
Mhm.
and last week I did 52, so a little over 50% of the mileage.
Well, the good news is 52.
That's more than a marathon.
That's 26. I mean, that's
It's
basically,
two marathons. Yeah.
So
It's
I think you're in good shape.
It's the how fast can I run thing that I'm trying to figure out now.
But
how fast can I
again,
go?
either way, you're going to set a personal best at Boston.
At Boston, that's true.
And if you use all the slurs Nick is telling you,
gonna
you're
be
going to
the
cut a
world
lot of time
record.
off. Yeah.
World record.
Josh finished the Boston Marathon in -5 minutes.
In 0 seconds. Zero. We love the
0
word.
seconds.
Mhm.
You know what you need to do? Take more gather steps in the Boston Marathon.
Maybe I should.
That'll help
Are those
with your
allowed?
hamstring.
I'll email them. Are
You should.
gather
Are
steps
gather
allowed?
steps allowed?
By the way, Jed points out Wednesday, 150 days. Wow. A countdown, Nick? Countdown?
Jed.
I missed the quarter jar.
Jed. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Mm.
It's a long ways away. It's a very long ways away. Very, very long ways away.
It's so far away.
It'll be here. Like,
We have to give Devontae Adams plenty of time to move back to California.
nice.
And
That's
all
right,
the
he
other
played for Fresno State
and
in
all the
college.
other free agents to find homes.
That's true.
How can you be so excited about football coming when the Cowboys are your favorite team?
Because I like watching football. You're a Rockies fan. You can't ask that question.
I can't.
You like baseball.
I do like baseball.
Your team is horrible.
They are.
So how can you be so excited?
Because baseball's great.
It's a Gen Z thing. They're very weird that way.
They are, yeah. They like the Rockies.
No, I like the Rockies.
You're so weird.
By the way, that reminds me, I need to ask a question of Nick during the break.
Oh, I can't wait to
That's
find out.
probably, I mean, we probably could ask it on the air,
Oh,
but I'm going to self-edit
okay.
Oh,
because
Good job.
the kids are now out of school. But it has to do specifically with his generation and how the girls are apparently trying to attract the boys.
oh.
I'm very intrigued.
So I'll ask that off the air next. You know, it's too bad we didn't have an off the air channel
We should.
on 1620 The Zone.
was for the best that you asked that question off the air.
That's why I self-edited.
You did a great job.
It was a pretty good discussion.
And Nick was educated. He didn't know about this.
That's true. I'm confused.
He had heard the word.
Disgusted.
He'd heard the slang word that it's used to describe this behavior, but wasn't sure what it was. But now you know the rest of the story. So now Nick's going to be going around smelling for it.
I don't need to do that, John.
You're right.
That's true.
You're right.
That's true.
Well, Josh is very excited because
we're 152 days away from college football.
Get out of here, you sicko.
I just added 2 days to
gross man.
Man. I like how I am normal in this market. I am the normal one. You two are the freaks. You two are the freaks.
I don't know many people that count down the days to college football.
Well, maybe not exactly.
You and Jed.
No.
You're the same company as Jed.
But if I put out a question...
You're in company with Jed. That's a real normal company.
If I put out a question on Twitter of, are you excited for football? The answer would be yes.
Because you live in a football echo chamber.
No, it's called Nebraska. You don't have to live here, Nick. Move to Boston. They love baseball. Move to St. Louis.
They love a lot of things in Boston.
Well, if you want to go to a baseball town, you're in the wrong one. This is Omaha, Nebraska. We like football in this town.
You know, we could be a baseball town.
No one wants to be a baseball town.
Come here, Rays.
Nobody wants it to be a baseball town. Oh, look at this.
So where did you come in contact with this?
Our great friend Stu Manji, who is also football pilled, which we very much appreciate. I certainly do. But yes, there was some Twitter account at CFB Numbers.
We've quoted them before. We've used their stuff before.
We have. And I'm trying to, let me find the exact tweet that kind of kicked off this whole discussion. But CFB Numbers said, I got some comments on the spider charts looking for other quarterbacks.
So he calls them spider charts.
But then he says, so I whipped up a little shiny app that will spit out a radar chart for a quarterback for a specific year. Hope you enjoy.
I think radar charts are my favorite kind of chart.
Yeah.
So again, if you're not familiar with the radar chart, we used this a lot last year during the season.
Yep, a part of our Thursday stuff.
Where it's just a graphical representation picking out important statistics. And the closer you are to the perimeter of the circle or the spider web or the radar,
yeah, whatever you want to call it,
the better you are. It's basically on a percentile basis.
Compared to your contemporaries that
season.
So, like, for example, when we did Nebraska's defense, they were being ranked against all of the defenses in the sport of college football throughout last year, and it updated on a weekly basis. And so these new ones that we found are the quarterbacks. You can go back all the way to 2014, and I assume there has to be a minimum snap number because, as we talked about earlier, there's no Jeff Sims data from 2023, sadly. I would love to see it.
Yeah, they would have disappeared down a black hole.
But you can go all the way back to 14, and essentially you can find basically every quarterback since then who got actual snaps.
The statistics, and this is just looking at quarterbacks, are EPA per play, that's expected points added.
Yep.
I keep saying aloud, it's added.
Added, yeah.
Success rate, basically staying ahead of the chains.
Yep.
EPA, lost turnovers, sack rate, rushing EPA, passing EPA, late down EPA, early down EPA, explosive play rate. Those are the categories. They're all analytical terms. But again, the further you are out and at the edge of the circle, that's the 100th percentile. Obviously the best in the sport.
Yeah.
So you want as many data points pushing the edge of the circle as possible. And this is comparing the last 4 regular starting quarterbacks at Nebraska. So this is going back to 2021 Adrian Martinez.
I miss Adrian. Good guy.
And so what we have for you, for those of you watching in the stream, we've got these graphics up for you. And as you can see, Adrian Martinez, he's definitely in the upper tier in EPA per play. He's pushing that 100 level. Success rate, he's around 75th percentile.
So very much the upper half of the sport.
Rushing EPA, that and early down EPA are his 2 best categories. He's right up against the 100th percentile.
Yep.
Passing EPA, 75th percentile. Then the categories he's not quite as good at. Explosive play rate, he's kind of in the middle. He's above average. He's above 50. Late down EPA, he's right at 50. but the lost turnovers and the sack rate, he's near the center of the spider web or the radar, which is bad. That's 0.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be down there, but sack rate definitely below par, and lost turnovers definitely below par.
By the way, I looked it up because I didn't remember him getting sacked a ton in 2021 that we're looking at, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska ranked that year 74th in the country, so slightly below average with 29 sacks allowed. But I think that the stat is it's not just going to be the raw numbers. You're talking about a variety of other things that go into it that makes it as poor as it was for him.
So that's Adrian Martinez.
Solid.
We now skip ahead to 2022, where Casey Thompson. And again, Casey's best.
Explosive and success rate.
Yes.
He was really, really, and late downs as well. So good at moving the chains on the later downs, good at having big plays, which makes sense because who was his wide receiver in 2022? Mr. Trey Palmer, who was very much having success in the NFL. Raw success rate, it makes sense if you're going to be able to do those things. His sack rate was horrible. His turnover rate was horrible. He obviously was not a good rusher. And so those things, and they got off to slow starts on the downs. His early downs numbers were not
No,
very
his
good
rushing was still above 50.
Yeah, that's true. So he was average.
Which isn't great, but it's pretty average.
Yeah.
Just like with Adrian, lost turnovers, holding him back. His sack rate was a little bit better. He doesn't quite push the edge, going back to Adrian, as Adrian does in a couple of categories.
Early downs and rush EPA.
But, he's not terrible.
No, I would say that this kind of fits so far how I've been feeling about him. And that is like Casey was above average. He was very competent in a lot of ways. He was let down by he had a horrible head coach for his first few games. And then they fired him and then he had a different head coach. There was also, it seemed like a lot of cooks in the kitchen, or at least disagreements on what Whipple wanted to do versus what Frost and then Mickey Joseph wanted to do. And, the team was what it was. It was a team that was a below 500 program at the time. And so it wasn't going to be loaded with talent, except he did end up getting a future NFL wide receiver on his roster that same year as well.
Next up.
Oh, boy, this is rough.
Heinrich Haarberg.
Whoa. Seriously, it looks like an X-Wing.
It does.
Yeah.
Or a B-Wing.
Yeah, it's not great, folks.
He has one category where he touches the 75th percentile, and as to be expected, it's rushing rate.
Wow.
And then he's better in the lost turnovers than either of his two predecessors. He's in the 50 percentile range. And in late down EPA, he's around the 50th percentile range. But in every other category, he is right around the center of the circle, which is not where you want to be.
It's like darts,
It is.
If you're hitting that, you're doing a pretty good job.
If Heinrich was throwing darts here, he'd have the best score.
Yeah.
At least in terms of hitting the bullseye.
Yeah. As good as like Joe Burrow's chart is, and I just went and looked at it from 2019 when he won the Heisman, Haarberg's is that bad.
Yeah.
Not great. This makes all the sense in the world. Also, I would love to know if you were to do this chart with like a month to go in the season, where his rushing numbers would have been, because, he started getting banged up and he was not rushing as well in November as he did in September and October that year.
All right. And then finally, where was young Dylan last year?
Looks like a piece of shrimp.
It does look like a shrimp.
It's a little shrimpy.
Shrimpy.
He is not above the 75th percentile in anything.
Yes, he is. One thing. Early downs.
Well, I guess I'm saying that's right at 75%.
Okay.
But yeah, I guess it might be a little bit of ahead. But again, when you compare it to, Casey had a couple of good spots.
Yep.
Adrian had three really good spots.
Yeah, you're right. Heinrich even.
Oops, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, isn't that pretty incredible?
And granted, you weren't expecting him to have a great rushing EPA. He was 25th or is that 50th? That's 50th percentile, which is better than I would have given him.
I would have not guessed that. No, definitely not.
Sack rate, better than his predecessors. Lost turnovers, better than his predecessors, above the 50th percentile.
That number even was better at the start of the year.
But in his success rate, he's right around 50. In his EPA per play, he's probably around 33rd percentile.
Yikes.
Explosive plays, probably around the 40th percentile.
And the late downs are horrible. Absolutely horrible. That is near the center of the whole thing.
Yeah. His best category is early down EPA per play, expected points added. So that's what Dylan is building off of. It's certainly better than this, referring to Harburg.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as good as Casey. It's not as good as Adrian. But that's what Dylan is building off of.
Katie writes, my favorite thing about HH, Heinrich Harburg,
Harburg,
is that fans vehemently, good Lord, Josh, defended him and thought he got screwed by Rule for not giving him a chance in 2024. Yeah, where was this chart last offseason? We could have used this in discussions because there were some people who were like, you got to make him the starter. Got to make him the starter.
So there's where Dylan is. Be curious to see where this goes. I mean, the explosive play thing has to go. Obviously,
everything.
The EPA and the success rate must be better.
Yeah.
Certainly, a lot of people are going to focus on the turnovers. The scary thing is that being around the 60th percentile in lost turnovers is the best out of the last 4 years.
That's pretty wild.
Because what was Casey? Casey was
way low, way
Casey
bad.
Was
and then what was Adrian?
Heinrich was actually the second best.
What was Adrian? Where was he at?
Adrian.
Oh wow, he was horrible.
Yeah, Adrian was the worst.
Yeah, you asked a question of Mitch Sherman earlier about the pace of the offense and could it increase. My question would be going off of this: which of these can get better for sure with Dana Holgerson's tutelage the entire time, and which one is going to come down to just Dylan getting better, and where does he have to get better? Certainly having early down success, late down success.
That late down success really tells you a lot, too, because how much of the consternation was about Nebraska failing to convert third downs?
A lot of it. If you just go off of the basic counting stats, Nebraska on third downs last year ranked 48th in the country, which is wild. I definitely would not have guessed this. But that is raw third downs. This is his performance on third down. So when you're talking about passing conversions, it's going to be different. And if you look at fourth downs, Nebraska was one of the worst in the country. And so late downs is not just third, it's third and fourth. Nebraska was 116th in the country, converting over only 39% of their fourth downs in 2024. Interesting. Very interesting stuff. It'll be here before you know it.
No, it won't. Still a very long way away.
It's going to fly by. So those are some things we're going to have to dive into a little bit more.
No, I don't think so.
August 20th.
I think we've kind of done it.
You guys are monsters. I can't wait for Michael Severe to join us in a few minutes. I'm looking forward to that discussion. I bet he has some takes. Thank you, Michael. What do you mean? On everything, on life, society.
Well, it has to mean football.
Dylan Raiola. I bet he has a couple of things he'd like to say about Dylan.
Well, we talked about him last time and how big he's gotten.
We've definitely talked about that.
As he get littler.
Yes, we have talked about that. Matt Rule's words, not ours. Matt Rule's words.
Well, that, Michael Severe Mondays.
Nice.
And more coming up on 1620 The Zone. Friends, this is the future of college sports. It's NIL. The future is here, you could say. And for those who want to help their team, but do it in a fun, more engaging way, I suggest visiting athleticsontheline.com because On the Line is a local company based right here in Omaha who partners with all three major Division I schools, Omaha, Creighton, and Nebraska. When you go to athleticsontheline.com, you pick that favorite school. Then you pick a measurable metric. It could be points, it could be wins, could be field goals, could be touchdowns, whatever the case. And for every time that metric hits, you attach a dollar figure to that metric, and that becomes your donation towards your favorite school's NIL. And they partner with all three schools, so you know the money is going straight to the source. It's a way to gamify your giving and be in the game. Also, think of it this way. You reward your team when your team rewards you. So gamify your giving today and visit On the Line. The website is athleticsontheline.com. That's athleticsontheline.com. Help your team win and recruit and retain the best athletes at athleticsontheline.com.
Oh, John's gone still. I forgot about that.
I'm right here.
John, where'd you go?
I'm right here.
You know, this happened last
Look
week.
at your nose.
This happened last week when you were gone. John just left and he didn't realize it, so the camera was just on me the whole time.
Nice. He was refreshing his computer or something.
No, there was like an internet glitch last week.
What happened this time?
I had to restart them. I was restarting the machine during the break.
Nice.
I was restarting machine.
Nice. It sounds like the start of a book. I restarted the machine that day.
It's a good writing prompt.
Eventually, I would die.
Oh.
The reason I needed to restart it was I wanted to go in and clear all the cookies so I could go out and re-vote in the 1620, the food bracket.
Oh!
John's telling people to game the system.
First of all, don't do that. And it's called Omaha Food Fight. Those 60. What did you just call it?
1620, the food.
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's pretty good.
I like it.
But the Savory 16 is underway. Have you
Yes.
seen this? Have you heard about this?
Yes.
And then how about this? The Edible 8
Oh.
are going to
And
feature.
8 is spelled ATE.
I get it. I get it.
That
It's
is
gonna
some.
start-
That is some very.
We need
creative.
to give a round of applause to the person that named it that. That is some great stuff.
Good job.
This
whoever
is,
you
by
are.
the way, the only online competition where you can vote for your favorite restaurants of its kind within 52 miles of this radio station.
I've never seen it anywhere else outside of these or inside of these 52
Inside
miles.
of the 52-mile radius.
Ashland, do you think Ashland Radio is doing this?
Nope.
Hell no. They have like 2 restaurants. The place with the balls and probably a Mexican joint.
The place with the balls?
Yeah, from Buffalo's.
They just put up a new sign, too. No, it's just
we have
some
bigger
guys.
balls.
No, promoting the next testicle festival.
Patrick writes, Nick looking like he already ate the edibles, but he spelled it E-I-G-H-T. Have you had 8 of them, Nick?
It's a lot of edibles.
God. My God. Amazing
allergy-
Jado. Parker's wins. That's right. It's a barbecue spot. My bad.
The allergies are kicking my ass today. That's
Are
why.
they?
I didn't sleep last night.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
You should have
it's-
watched The Pit.
It's starting to affect me, too, man.
Man, I'm just surrounded by a bunch of little sneeze boys. My wife is a sneeze gal.
My throat's a little sore too.
Wow, that's the you problem. I'm happy I don't have to worry about no allergies.
See, John and I are
Just
both
dry hands.
John and I are both honey Hall's pilled as far as our cough drops goes.
Yeah. I don't know what.
You'll be fine, John.
I hate it.
You start
Basketball's
taking
over. You're not
Claritin.
traveling anymore. You're going to the baseball ballpark pretty soon.
No, I have to
Hell
talk to you
yeah.
in baseball, too. I got to talk on this show.
That's true. That'll be fun.
You just want me to sit here and just listen to you and go,
No, that'd probably make for a bad show.
And say, yeah,
Though it'd
I
be
mean,
interesting to see how you get on your soapbox in that scenario.
you do love your soapbox.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, John doesn't get on a soapbox for a week.
I can
challenge.
retire my soapbox.
No, you can't do
You,
that.
there's no way.
Yeah, why
I
would
could if I wanted
Why
to.
would you want to?
I don't know.
Okay.
But also, I don't think you ever will. Even when you're not on radio anymore.
John, real quick, speaking of soapboxes, before we go to Michael, I did want to read this email because we have not really talked about March Madness, though more like March Boring. Am I right, folks?
Got him.
From Zach, who writes, remember last week when John was whining about basketball metrics that valued the Big Ten over the Big East? Weird, ...
You said basketball.
Basketball.
Well, number one,
Did you whine last week? This doesn't sound like you.
No, I remember the guy who isn't a big fan of the Pauga rankings, the Kevin Pauga rankings.
Was this a Wednesday topic or was this when you and I were doing the show?
This is when we were doing the show. This was a
Okay.
couple weeks ago.
Oh, a couple weeks ago.
How this one metric kept showing all the Big Ten
Yes.
teams ahead of the Big East teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you weren't whining. It was
No,
just
I was-
like, this is really weird.
This is a really interesting,
Yeah.
complaint.
The Big East did not have any teams go to the Sweet 16. I assume that's what Zach was ultimately trying
Well,
to say.
and
Welcome to the Big East, Big East.
Nice.
keep in mind that the Big East also had, there was only one team that was seated above 7th.
Yeah. It wasn't the best year for the conference.
No, it wasn't. I wasn't sitting here making out that the Big East had a better year than the Big Ten.
It was just like, wow, this is pretty wild. Look at this guy who works for a
Yeah.
Big Ten university. We talked about St. John's, I don't know, a lot this year, but especially over the last month as we got closer to the tournament starting. And over and over and over, and this is not a new or original opinion, but we kept saying this is a team that's either going to have a deep run
Mm-hmm.
or they are going to lose early. And sure enough, they ended up being a team that lost early. Why? Because they couldn't make any shots, and the Conference Player of the Year got benched at the end of the game, which stay tuned for content for more in the final hour of the show. That was wild that he was on the
Exactly.
bench for that long. Wild.
Surprising that the team that some people thought maybe benefited from a friendly whistle now and then based on their physical play.
Interesting.
Listen, I said this over a month ago. St. John's either feels like a team that's not making it out of the first weekend or they're going to make the Final Four.
Yep. And end up being the former. Because they can't make shots. They defend in a certain way. And that game was the epitome of me saying, go to quarters.
Yeah.
Because they were free throws for the last 10 freaking minutes. And, they can't knock down any shots. And if you can't do that, occasionally, man, you're going to have a night where the other team makes just a few more. And your defense isn't perfect like it always is, or you're going to get called for more fouls. And that ended up being the case. But, to have the Big East Conference Player of the Year go 3 of 17?
3 of 17.
Tough look.
Yeah, and how many minutes was he benched at the end of the game?
I don't think he played. He played 30 minutes total. I don't think he played the last 5 or 6 minutes.
I was going to say, he definitely did not come in after the final media timeout,
No.
the under 4.
It doesn't sound like he would have made much of a difference anyway.
No, honestly, it was probably better for St. John's because he wasn't missing a lot of shots.
Brutal. Right. But, man, it was – when your season's on the line and listen, Patino's going to earn the benefit of the doubt and people aren't going to question him as much. But if it would have been a lot of other coaches, it would have been, you idiot. What are you doing?
Yeah, because, I think Steph Curry said it like, hey, what if you started 0 for 30? What are you going to do? He's like, keep shooting. What are you talking about? Like, that's what you got to do.
Doug McDermott didn't play a very good game against Baylor, and he stayed in until they had to pull him.
Yeah.
Jordan
says RJ looked completely out of it at the end. I can understand why Rick benched him. Yeah, if it goes beyond just he was cold and more his engagement with the game, then I think we can certainly have a discussion.
By the way, speaking of RJ Lewis, apparently he had to delete his Instagram. Not because of what he did.
Yeah, because of other
But apparently
idiots.
a lot of degenerate gamblers were jumping in and being very criticizing and mean and nasty towards RJ Lewis.
Lost my bet for me, sir.
Yep.
Do you think this is an unforeseen thing when sports gambling became more prevalent?
No, this was actually, for all the things that I disagreed with like the Pat Lungers of the world, this was something that they all thought would happen. And it has. But, even if there wasn't gambling, idiots would still do that anyway.
Yeah.
I know former Husker football players that got their cars keyed because they had a bad game. Sadly, it is an ill of the sport that will never go away.
No, it's
you could get rid of gambling, but the game is still going
to
the results are going to be the
overly exuberant fans or the rival fans are always going to pollute something.
Correct.
The real evil is social media.
People should, this is crazy, try being chill.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea, Nick. Yeah, maybe put a little perfume on.
Yes.
A little perfume on.
We could all use a little perfume.
Michael would have appreciated that conversation we had 2 breaks ago.
Yes, he would have.
I wonder what takes he would have.
Oh, he'd have many takes, Nick. Many takes.
Well, we won't talk about that subject with Michael, but we'll talk about a lot of other things
too.
There's no football to talk about. We haven't seen a single practice.
And yet we found a way to talk about it for 3 segments today.
Josh,
Let's make it 4.
Michael is coming on to preview the Mets.
No, he is not. Michael doesn't watch the Mets anymore.
Michael does not watch the Mets.
Doesn't watch the Mets. Don't have to worry about the Mets talk. We can do that with Farron tomorrow. By the way, Mike Farron
returns tomorrow.
Makes his triumphant return.
And here's a tease for tomorrow. Mike Farron has another new title based on an encounter he had this weekend.
It's very good.
You'll want to listen for this tomorrow.
Yes.
On 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The football's 152 days happy hour is
Oh,
on
stop
the
it. Stop it.
air! You idiot.
We do not skip ahead in our seasons.
Not skipping ahead, we're just counting
No,
down.
you're skipping ahead.
Baseball season
It's spring.
How long ago
Spring
was
is
this, sir?
sprung,
for baseball.
but now we're also just peeking ahead a little bit. Just a little peek. Just a little,
There's no.
get
there's-
out the
there's no-
binoculars.
we're not going to be peeking at anything because we're not going to be seeing any spring games this year.
We
Spring
can
games
still
are
peek. We can peek. Maybe we'll sneak in and watch a little practice. Maybe that's what we'll do.
Will Michael Severe be going to any of the open practices?
Oh, great question.
Yeah.
So you're going to drive all the way to
We go
Lincoln.
Thursday.
You're going to drive all the way there to watch 15 minutes, and then you're done.
It was
Unless you
25.
have other business to do.
Every time I've gone, it's been 25. So
Okay,
that was
25.
fine. But yes, I will. Now I have a NAM meeting that morning, which is Nonprofits Association of the Midlands. And so I'll be doing that at the same time. Yeah, different NAM. And so I'll be doing that at the same time. So yeah.
Okay, so
but I gotta go. I gotta see some stuff. I remember I went last year, and the first practice I went to last year, I had a chance to see this young wide receiver out of Miami go up with one hand and catch the ball and snatch it and get yelled at by his wide receiver coach. But I was like, that kid's got something. And Jacoby Barney ended up being pretty good. So yeah.
And look, he's still there, and his wide receiver coach is gone.
He's still the one that's there.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And I understand. Go up with two hands and all that. But what's the fun of that when you can go up with one hand backwards and snatch it out of the air? I mean, that's what I want to see when I'm going to practice. Speaking of that, you guys were talking to Mitch earlier.
Yeah.
There are two practices in the time that Bill Callahan was here that if you didn't go to them, you just missed an entire chapter of the book that'll soon be written by whoever's writing that book. So the first one is the one he was talking about, the spring practice, where you ran 150 plays, scrimmage. Zach Taylor took this beating. Nate Swift had this incredible catch by the end zone, like right by the pylon, turned around and caught it. Adam Carrick or Jay Moore just beat the living heck out of Zach Taylor. It was a great practice. Just went on and on. I mean, at one point we were like, is this ever going to end? But all of that was overdone by the post-practice press conference. When my friend Joe Daly said, you're going to have to ask Billy C about that. And we were all like, oh, so he's gone. Okay, cool. It was outstanding. It was a great memory. One of my favorite memories ever of Bill Callahan and that era of football. And then the second one is they allowed us to go to a practice where sort of the green jerseys on the quarterbacks, as always, 2006.
And this is the next year, right, Michael? Is this the very next year?
This is 2006. And young Harrison Beck is just chirping at Ola Dagandoro and Cherie Barfield, just chirping. And he's in a green jersey. And so Coach Bill Callahan, who, is wont to do this kind of thing, said, hey, let's sit Zach Taylor down because he's won this job. And let's go with the rest of the quarterbacks without green jerseys on. And instantly, Harrison Beck is it's not a waggle because there's no protection. So it's a straight naked, right? He's coming on a bootleg. And here comes Adam Carrick off the edge. And he grabs his hamstring like somebody, like JFK's release of the documents got shot in the leg. He goes to the ground. Bill Callahan takes one look at him, knows he's faking, just moves the practice line up 10 yards, leaves him back there, and they just continue with practice. And it's awesome. But again, it's the post-practice press conference that makes it the best. After it's over, we're all around Corey McEwen. The sidebar to that story of that practice was the night before, Harrison Beck's band, some mosh speed metal band, performed that night till late at night, apparently. So he was in a great shape that day. And so we asked Corey McEwen, we're like, Corey, did you go see Harrison Beck's band? And he drops this great F-bomb. It was just perfectly dropped. Heck, I watch it. And he just walked away and like just dropped in the mic before dropping the mic was a thing. Still, two wonderful practices. Thank you to Bill Callahan for opening practices to us during that time. We saw some great stuff. Great stuff.
Yeah. No, I think, that would make a huge difference in how we would look at all of this, because you get to really see a lot. But those days have come and gone. I mean, completely. Though I do wonder, kind of in the spirit of the NFL, where training camp is open.
Oh yeah,
people go and they go
Every
watch.
Yep.
This is and with NIL and having rev share and finding new ways of income.
This would be one way to do it.
You'd have to get everyone to agree to do it, because if like Nebraska wanted to go rogue and say, "Yep, we're opening up fall camp. It's going to be just like training camp. We're going to have food trucks. We're going to have face painting for the kids, clowns, balloon animals, and everyone can sit and watch. But nobody else in the Big Ten did it. Man, what a disadvantage you're putting yourself into.
Yeah, you're not going to allow KTV, WOWT, and those stations to shoot video, right? All the video would be off of cell phones.
Sure,
but out of the stands isn't great. It's not like incredible video that's going to all of a sudden destroy your game plan or anything, I don't think.
Right, but you're still opening up the possibility of the next Connor Stallions to come along and just show up as Husker super fan and we're going to take some notes here and do this and do that.
We shoot him if he shows up. we don't play around. We're not worry about it for an investigation. We just take him out back. One of the many people that went missing at Memorial Stadium over the years.
Can something like that ever happen again, do you think? Like, you've told those stories to me before, and that Harrison Beck one I think is always just one of the most hilarious ones. Like, is that era totally gone, or is there ever a world where something like that returns and not everybody gets a chance to attend a practice like that, but people do, and so they have a greater understanding of the roster and the team, given that we're not going to have spring games anymore?
Now, some stories come out because they still allow high school coaches and they allow former players to go. And so you'll get some rumors from those guys on message boards or behind the scenes. So we still get some of that stuff sold to us, at least. It's not like it's free. Like, we're getting a chance to go there and check it out ourselves, but you're going to get it a little bit in some paid sites and that kind of thing. In terms of opening, so he had 3 major open practices. He had that spring one, Zach Taylor wins the job. He had the crazy one with Harrison Beck, and then he did the one for the students. Remember the student
I was there.
One?
It was my freshman year. Yep.
For the student one, and that was wide open too. As an evening one, maybe more of that. Some more of that kind of stuff could happen where you just have the students there. But in terms of having the media, we were all there on the sideline for that one with Harrison Beck. Everybody was there. And you know what? It's funny because you go back, and the next time that happened was actually Mike Riley. Mike Riley had an open practice where we were all there, and that's when we realized that Billy Devaney had way more power than we thought he did, because they were going to Billy Devaney and saying, what do you want to run next in this practice? And who do you want to see next in this practice? And we actually made our way up until the little walkway, that catwalk, and we were up there. I was up there with Jay Foreman and others, and you really could see Tanner Lee was the quarterback that day, and you could see a lot of good stuff. I don't think that'll ever happen again. They're not gonna let us go up there on the catwalk and watch a full practice. But
and we had that one Frost's his second to last spring. Remember, we were at Memorial Stadium because you and Happer and I were hanging out in the end zone stadium. Yeah, so that we did. They did do one of those, and that was open to fans. Right? That was it. Wasn't just media members.
Yeah, that was an open practice.
Yeah, that was It was a windy day, and I remember that because was it Jebbia somebody couldn't throw the ball very well in the wind, and everybody was like, well, this guy can't throw. No, it was Logan Smothers. Logan Smothers struggled making throws in the wind, and I remember thinking, oh my goodness, if you can't throw in the wind and you're in Nebraska, you're going to have problems. But yeah, something like that. I could see they made us sit in the end zone because they thought that was a better place. I love being in the end zone. That's my favorite spot. You can see so much stuff. You can see what happens with offensive linemen. You can watch the way guys are running routes. You can even see better, really, a lot of times, especially when the ball's coming to you, where the pass was, and if it was the wide receiver running the wrong route, if it's the ball. So I prefer that.
Yeah.
Look, if you want to walk by, you can go by. Bro. You'll be okay. Nobody's gonna get mad. He's waiting. He already ate. He had dinner, and so he was waiting. I'm like, hey, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. So
Yeah,
practice.
see,
We're talking about practice.
I'll just run it.
There you go over there. Yeah, exactly.
All the time.
It happens all the time.
Yeah.
No doubt.
The publisher over at the Corn Nation
Oh yeah.
really got people fired up. Now, this was the graphic from the Omaha game the other night where they were, and it was really focused on St. John's, power conference schools that haven't won a tournament game in X number of years. And of course, We get to the Nebraska slide where poor Tyronn Lue takes the stray.
That's cold-blooded.
He's in the picture. And, of course, the answer is Nebraska never has won a March Madness game. And so Corn Nation took a screenshot of this and asked a question, said, serious question on a Friday, how many of you really care about this? I realize Nebraska wants to compete in every sport, but is that reality in the current landscape? Why would we bother pumping money into this sport when we have so many others that are more successful?
Yeah.
And people were mad. People were very mad, saying, you should give up.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah. And listen, I understand it.
Yeah.
I do think it does speak to an important question and one we have touched on here from time to time.
Yeah.
And that is, you got $20.5 million.
Yep.
That's your salary cap, and that's for every sport.
Right.
And you know football is going to get the biggest chunk of that. But how much of that remaining money, how much of that do you need to use to keep volleyball going or prop up women's basketball? How much of it goes to men's basketball? And you know, the numbers that are being quoted out there are, hey, you got to have at least $5 million NIL to have a competitive basketball team.
Mm-hmm. Listen to this.
So there's some interesting questions to be asked.
Let me tell you this. So you've probably heard this line before. There's no original stories. They're all in the Bible. There's like 7 stories and they all right. So in 2000, I think it was 6, there was a basketball game where Texas played Nebraska basketball. Texas went to zone. Barry Collier couldn't figure it out. They couldn't score. It was the same day as the Army All-American game. The next, Kevin and I watched it together at that little sports bar, like off of 84th Street in Lincoln. And we went that next Monday. And the topic was, should we get rid of basketball? Get rid of basketball, take all that money, put it into football, and let's not even worry about it. You know, don't even worry about basketball. And I'm telling you, the majority of people on that day said, yeah, let's do it. Let's put it all into football. Football makes the money. Football is what we care about. Let's do this. And obviously, it's irrational. You, as a Big Ten team, you can't get rid of basketball. But honestly, if football is successful, nobody's worried about the amount of money going to basketball. They're not. I mean, there's a small group of people who are basketball people. It's all they care about. It's what they're going to watch. But the majority, 95% of the people will be like, I don't care about that. All I care about is for football to be good, whatever that takes. If you got to take money from basketball, let's do that. Let's do this now. And so that's how I believe. Now, I didn't read the comments. I saw people were upset. I didn't read the comments. I think people are always easier to say spend the money, right, beforehand. They can say, now, spend the money. Yeah, you got to spend the money, whatever. Well, let's think about it. Let's get to the end result. You can spend the money and they still might not be good, right? If you spend the money in football, it's been proven pretty much. If you spend the money, you win. So I don't buy basketball. Sorry.
Michael, do you think that there is a large portion or just a portion of the fan base that thinks that the football program is being held back because they have to spend money on other sports?
No, I don't think so. I think more than anything else, people are angry because of some of the decisions that were made over the years, especially from the chancellor level, the president's level, then the AD level, and then, of course, the coaches level after that. I would think if you had a survey of why Nebraska hasn't been good, I don't think spending money on the other sports would be that high in the top 10, right? There'd be a lot more in there. And some people would say because Memorial Stadium's not a tough place to play anymore, right? I think that would be an argument people would make, that it's not intimidating to go into Memorial Stadium, mainly because you left the teams that you had intimidated for 30, 40, 50, 60 years in the Big 12. And now these teams like Purdue's not intimidated by you. Illinois is not intimidated. They don't worry about you. They're not afraid of you. And so that's one of the higher ones. I would hope that there aren't people. Are there people? I don't know your generation. So is your generation the millennials? Are they upset?
Hey, this coordination guy is your age. So don't put this.
No, I was asking. Hey, look, I'm
he's
asking.
old head.
The two people I can't trust right now are the Gen Zs and the baby boomers. Those two groups right there. I can't.
Millennials are doing a great job for America.
Millennials are doing great, and we know, John, Gen X, baby. We take care of business, right? No, we
still don't have a president yet. We still haven't had a president. Keep skipping over us.
Thank God.
I would say Clinton was our president.
No, he's a boomer.
He's a boomer. He's my dad's age.
But no, I'm saying Clinton was our president because he came across younger. He's smoking the weed. He playing the saxophone, liked rap music.
like that
first of all, he was the first black
Oh
president.
yeah, that relates to me. Smoking weed.
Well,
music,
you're a unique fella among the group here. You're a unique fella. Being that you only like one group and car racing. I mean, you're unique.
Damn right.
That's all you got. You know, I mean,
he speaks to America with his love of AC/DC, Huey Lewis, and the news and NASCAR.
You're damn right.
Yeah. I mean, that definitely speaks to
a lot
America
of people
right
that love those things. A lot of people.
Yeah, yep. I don't want to hang with any of them.
You are a huge fan of boxing.
I am. I've been over the years. Yeah.
George Foreman passing away.
Yeah.
The man responsible for really, if you think about it, you know, we always play back the great highlights, the Lyle Bremser highlights, the Harry Carey highlights, all the highlights. Two of the greatest boxing calls I've ever heard were at George Foreman at the center of it.
Yeah.
When he won the title from Michael Moore at the age of 45.
Oh yeah.
And Jim Lampley is like, it happened. It happened.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But the best, and I went back and I watched the whole fight.
The Frazier fight?
It only took 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, the Frazier fight. Yeah.
The first Frazier fight.
Yeah.
And not Muhammad Ali, I'm sorry.
Howard Cosell.
Howard Cosell.
Yeah.
You know, with the down goes Frazier.
Yeah, he called it. He predicted it.
It's as poised as can be in a neutral corner. I mean, it was so good.
He predicted the fight. That's why he predicted that Frazier was going to go down multiple times.
But you forget, and you talk about it. I mean, he was the same boxer because he was always about the big punch.
Yeah.
But he was such a different person. He was more aloof. He was ripped. I mean, you go back and watch young George Foreman. This dude has a great physique, and he looked like he towered over people. And then, of course, later, you know, he'd gained a lot of weight back. But man, what a fighter! What a great story George Foreman was.
One of the great things about when we were growing up, John, was Wild World of Sports. Right, you would see things. They would take you behind the scenes, and I remember this was about 75, maybe 76, and obviously I was a little kid. But they go behind the scenes with George Foreman training, and he's got this big axe, and he's just chopping wood, and he's got this. It's not a shirt. He's got on bibs with no shirt. And he's just chopping wood, and this is how he trains, and his muscles are bulging, right? And he'd already lost to Ali by this time. He was getting ready to have that fight with Lyle, which is if you want to go watch one of the greatest heavyweight fights that nobody really talks about, go watch that fight, because they beat the living hell out of each other for, I think, 14 rounds total, and just beat each other. So he was getting ready for that fight, and watching him do that. And then, of course, naming 5 of his boys George. Having a whole nother career where he invents the George Foreman grill, you know. And if you ever see that skit where the comedian's talking about just put it on an angle, no turn off switch, just put it on an angle. That's all you got to do. Put it on an angle. No turn off switch. You got to unplug it. But anyway, yeah, he had this incredible rejuvenation. And remember this man was so depressed and so let down with himself. It's a very religious man that he just basically went into silence. He just disappeared. He went from being one of the most famous people on the planet to being gone. From 77, I think was the last year he was really around, and then come back for a whole decade to where you really saw him again and started being in commercials. And so, yeah, he's an incredible story. Had a chance to meet him one time. There's this place in Houston. It's a gym, and this gym, everybody went there. Evander Holyfield went to this gym. Mr. Universe, Mr. Olympia, whose name escapes right now, used to go to the gym, and he was there, and George Foreman was there with them, and they're all just talking, and we were at the gym and just watching those guys, and it was he was still a very broad man, right? But he didn't look as towering as he did before that, you know, especially standing next to Evander Holyfield. But he was always nice. Kids walked up to him. He was always friendly. It was an incredible story of what he became from where he was to where he ended, and then winning that title at 44 years old was incredible.
It makes you wonder how
Lee Haney's the name of the Mr. Olympic.
How things would have been different, because going back to the Rumble in the Jungle, the fight was postponed by a month because Foreman got cut in a sparring session.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people think that extra month, you know, it gave Ali a chance to just go around and drum up more support, you know, from the folks. And you wonder, you know, without that extra month, you know, if that fight would have gone any differently. A lot of people still believe that Ali basically invented rope-a-dope in the moment. It wasn't something he consciously wanted to do going into the fight, but it was something that just kind of came to him. and it changed everything because obviously Ali became a 2-time champ. Foreman, a couple more fights later, he disappears. Makes you wonder how the rest of that decade plays out if the fight goes differently.
The great thing about that is it's all documented. They made the movie. It's the greatest sports documentary. Right? Yeah, one of the greatest sports documentaries ever made, probably number one in We Are Kings. And you got all the music aspect in it. He literally, I hate to say this about him because the man just passed away, but in a way, he was kind of weak-minded, right? He was kind of a kid, and listening to all these people saying, "Kill him, Ali! Kill him!" Boom, Ali! Kill him, Ali! It really bothered him, and the fact that he would go places and no one would cheer for him, and everybody would cheer for Ali, really emotionally had him. And I think he's one of those guys that was also kind of a front runner, and he would have either knocked Ali out in the first 2 rounds, or he was going to lose. I think that was only 2 decisions you were going to get out of that fight. But yeah, that whole month they took off because of the cut to the eye, and it's documented really well in the film. It really affected him.
Michael Severe Mondays.
That's all I thought. More football. I thought we had draft stuff coming up. Cam Ward's going number 1 overall. Tennessee's taking him.
Big ass Ty showed up in the ESPN's top 50.
Let's go.
That's crazy to think of because I know there's going to be at least 8 defensive tackles that go in the first 2 rounds. I would be shocked if Ty Robinson's among the top 8 defensive tackles, and I'd be shocked. I just would. I mean, maybe he will be, but his age. He's a little limited in some of the things. He's straight. Side to side, not great. Not taking on double teams, great. I'd be shocked, but maybe he will. I'd be surprised.
Well, that's what ESPN's got him in their top 50 on their draft board now.
Is it ESPN or is it Mel Kiper? Because Mel Kiper had him high early. Is it Mel Kiper? Kiper likes him.
I got to double check here. Hang on. I'm not sure.
Kiper likes him.
It just said what I saw. I didn't see the actual draft board. It was a story on it. Said he's there in the top.
By the way, if he did. Yeah. We Were Kings. I've never seen it. It is available on Netflix.
That may have to be a future movie.
I was thinking
greatest sports documentary. It's not even. I don't think it's really close because it was happening in real time the way it was, and I mean James Brown concert during the middle of it. What's better than that? I mean, it was incredible. It's incredible.
When We Were Kings, might have to do that.
I think so.
By the way, the movie club, we had to call an audible because Nick forgot he was gone this week.
I totally forgot.
You totally forgot.
So Stand By Me.
Going to
solid. Really
Stand
good.
By Me on Max, HBO Max. Or
RIP, River Phoenix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you seen it before?
Oh, of course. It was an 80s movie.
Okay.
But yeah,
I've never seen it.
And you won't be
Who sang the song, Josh?
Stand By Me?
Yeah. No, the song that leads, Stand By Me. Who sang that?
I know who this is, and now it's annoying me because I can't figure it out. I feel like I can test on the show.
It's a made-up name. Benny King. Benny King. Yes, one of those many made-up names back in the day. Yes, great movie, great soundtrack.
Not
looks better. Sorry,
Well, that's the thing. I didn't realize until today.
It's based on a short story from Stephen King.
It's another one of those short
Stephen King. Yeah.
I believe it's the same one that also has Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption, which is ridiculous.
I learned that was a Stephen King story through the Family Guy episode where they did all those. Stephen
really?
Bits. Yeah,
that's hilarious.
Different seasons. There were 4 short stories in it, and I believe all of them were made. Oh, and 3 of them were made into a movie. Apt Pupil. I've never heard of that before. Shawshank Redemption, and then Stand By Me.
That's not a very good title.
And that's not the title. Shawshank Redemption isn't the title. It's right. It's the story of Rita Hayworth.
Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption.
Right.
Well, exactly, and Stand By Me is not the title.
It's called The Body.
It's called The Body.
The Body. Yeah. There's also the scene with the blueberry, the pie eating contest too in there.
Yes.
In the short story. That's very funny.
I'm looking forward to. I haven't seen this movie since COVID, so it's been a few years for me.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the conversation.
I hope you guys enjoy it.
Yeah, us too, Nick.
We will.
Yep.
Does he have parent conferences on Friday? Is that what it is?
Parent teacher conference.
No, I'm going to a wedding.
Wedding.
That's cool. That's fine. I went to a wedding on Saturday. I know that.
The bride attracted the groom the same way. Never mind. That's another off-air conversation.
Can't wait for Michael to come in studio next week and talk about this one.
Yes. The off-air conversation was good today.
Yeah.
All right, Michael. Thanks.
Bye, Michael.
See you guys. Bye-bye.
Michael Severe Mondays.
Nice. So yeah, Stand By Me.
Stand By Me. It's on Max.
We'll
Florence and the Machine, by the way, have probably my favorite cover of that song to ever exist.
Yeah.
And they did it for a video game. It's insane.
It is insane.
They just made it for a video game. It didn't get any press.
Who's our producer on Friday?
Joey.
Wow. He'll probably be getting ready for the NFL schedule release. You got to put it together, John. It takes a long time.
That's not coming out for a while, isn't it?
The NFL schedule's working on it right now. Why couldn't Joey? We should ask him. This is a topic for Friday. There you go. Topic alert.
No, we're not going to
NFL
talk about
schedule
schedule
release.
release.
Oh, it'll be here before we know it.
So far away.
No, it is not. The schedule release is in like a month or two.
The dumb thing is we already know who everyone's playing.
But not when.
Oh, no.
You say that. And then yet we come on the air the next day and we talk about it because you like talking about it. It's a fun topic. We love talking about stuff. God, I love topics.
We'll have plenty of topics tomorrow with
like
Mike
what?
Farron.
Baseball.
Baseball.
Yeah, can I take a nap during this segment?
How many bases is Ellie De La Cruz going to steal this season?
I don't really care.
You know what that means? That means before Thursday, we need to do our prop bets.
But the season already
Yes, we
started.
do.
Sorry, season's already unfolded.
No, those games don't count.
Okay.
If it didn't happen in America, it doesn't count. Remember,
Interesting.
America first.
Interesting.
America first.
All right, so we'll do that. He'll be on tomorrow.
Yep.
Wow.
What a good week of baseball
Oh,
this
man.
show's
This
gonna be.
reminds me of reading. Baseball season reminds me of books.
There are many good books on baseball.
There are. I have some of them.
Well, if you would like to do something that is very unselfish, won't cost you a thing, and you'll be making literally life-saving differences, might I suggest checking the donor registration box next time you renew your driving, hunting, or fishing license? Or maybe you're a youngster out there just getting that first license. Make sure you check that donor registration box for organ and tissue donation, because registered donors can save up to 8 lives through organ donation, whether it's hearts, lungs, livers, kidneys, pancreas, small intestine. But there's also tissue donation, bone, skin, tendons, corneas, and a whole lot more to help those who have been affected in terrible sports injuries or accidents, cancer patients, corneas that can restore the gift of sight. And registering is so easy. Just check yes when you renew that hunting, fishing, or driver's license, or visit goodguysavelives.com. And you're not too old, does not matter your health condition. Most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a donation, and it won't cost you or your family a single cent. Anyone can register, so please consider the life-saving, life-changing act, unselfish act of being a good guy today. Find out more about organ and tissue donation at goodguysavelives.com.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
America's favorite insufferable women's basketball coach, Kim Mulkey, and LSU right now playing Florida State. By the way, Oklahoma absolutely kicked the living crap out of Iowa. 96-62.
Yikes, Nick. They should cancel that program.
No.
Coordination said it. Sorry, every sport is canceled now except for football.
Boo. As we know, a sport that Josh cares very deeply and passionately about.
Football.
College wrestling. Now, our college wrestling correspondent, the late mid-Stibbs, is no longer with us.
Wow.
So we must forge ahead without him. Nebraska wrestling finished second in the NCAA championships, and Ridge Lovett and Entrell Taylor won individual titles. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, congratulations to these two young men.
Sure.
Now, Penn State ran away with the whole shebang, but they were expected to. That's not bad, though. First time that Nebraska's had two title winners in the same year in 41 years. 41 years. And first individual champion since Jordan Burroughs. You may have heard of him.
Yeah, he won the Olympics
He was an Olympian.
Right, he won. Did he win gold?
Yes, he did.
Look, I'm not going to poo-poo somebody winning something. That's pretty cool. But I'm not going to hear all these wrestling dorks come after me and say, sir, talk about it more. No, I will not do any such thing.
Here's what
I hate your sport.
Here's what I will talk about with wrestling. Why do they schedule the finals during March Madness?
Because they don't care about their sport like I don't care about it. No, I don't know. It's a really good question.
Put it outside of the March Madness, either earlier or later. It's ridiculous that this, I mean, it gets, now I know they sell the place out. I hear that President T was even there.
President Donald J. Trump?
But in terms of like the overall landscape of college sports, it gets buried because it's playing opposite of March Madness.
Yeah, also because the audience isn't there. Though my group chat was blowing up this weekend. All these friends of mine texting about wrestling. Like, what has happened to my?
Are you sure they weren't
my friends?
Are you sure they weren't just watching WWE Raw or something?
They like that sport too. They like that version of wrestling too. They like all the wrestlings.
Maybe that's just what happens to a Nebraska fan when they hit a certain age. They start caring about wrestling.
I'm the same age as these people, Nick. We're all in our mid-30s.
I mean, I haven't hit that age yet.
You know what? I will not ever bloom into this. John will because he's afraid to say anything bad about him. You know what?
I don't need to say anything bad about him. I don't watch, but I don't.
Oh, interesting.
I don't despise it like you do.
You don't watch.
No, I don't watch.
But you don't despise it.
I don't watch tennis either. It doesn't mean I despise it.
Yeah, but you hate golf.
I don't hate golf.
He talks about it all the time.
I love live golf.
Yeah.
After dropping 2 of 3 to 11th place USC, Nebraseball finds themselves 2-7 in Big East Conference play and are alone in 16th.
Big Ten Conference play.
What did
Big
Nick
Ten.
say?
I said Big East. I'm still Creighton pilled.
Wow, gee, many Christmas.
RIP Creighton. Now, while that would be a great finish for Josh at the Boston Marathon,
yes,
that's
it would.
A great place to be in the 17th team Big Ten baseball conference. When should we expect the Corn Nation article advocating the end of Nebraska baseball?
Oh, excellent question. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already.
No, I'm sure it's coming.
You know, people always love canceling Nebraska basketball. It's always fun to say they're canceled, they suck, they're not making it. This program is a travesty. Travesty. Remember after the first weekend when I said they suck again?
They've
and you
won
were like,
NCAA tournament games. They won one last year.
That's true. Remember, though, after the first weekend when I said, see, they suck again. Everyone got so excited and they suck. And you were like, no. Well, ball knower. Called it.
I'm also a ball knower.
Did you call it?
I called a similar team.
Okay, this is not about A&M, Nick. This is about Nebraska.
It's basically the same.
Now, in fairness, Nebraska has done the Western Tour already. They've already played
all quiet on the Western Front?
Or they played UCLA, USC, and Washington. And they won't face Oregon this year, the preseason favorites in the Big Ten. So maybe
it'll be even more disappointing when they suck still.
Maybe the Huskers can just dominate the rest of the old Big Ten and be just fine.
Iowa is pretty not bad at baseball this season.
Yeah, they're in third place right now behind Oregon and UCLA.
That's what I'm saying. Pretty not bad.
Pretty not bad. People are saying.
I'm assuming is baseball doing the same thing as basketball? Are they only taking? I think they're only taking 12 teams.
Good. I think that is.
I think they're only taking 12 teams. Man, if another Nebraska team fails to make a conference tournament, jeez,
that would be bad, John.
We don't need this.
That would be bad. I'm trying to find out.
I mean, Nebraska still always has wrestling and volleyball.
Let's see. All right, 2025
and
tournament.
rifle.
Okay, it doesn't say on Wikipedia. We'll figure it out.
4 conferences are representing the Sweet 16 this year. The SEC has 7 teams. The Big 12 and Big 10 each have 4, and the ACC has 1. Duke. It's a record low 4 conferences in the Sweet 16. Is this the beginning of the end or a trend?
Oh,
I think it is definitely the beginning of a trend. Because, and we talked about this earlier, if this would have been the conference alignment of just a couple of years ago, you still would have had 7 different conferences represented. But Houston has moved. BYU's moved into a league. And who's the...
There's BYU, Arizona, Houston.
Arizona.
Right?
And Arizona, obviously, their conference disappeared off the earth.
All of them moved into the Big 12.
So, yeah, I think this is what we have to get used to. Yeah. Now, this year was different in that we had no Cinderellas.
Correct.
I mean, the only double-digit seed that made it was an SEC school.
Yeah, Arkansas. With Calipari. Like, come on. You don't think of him as a Cinderella.
Mm-mm.
I'm with you, man. I think you bring up a couple of points as to why this could be the beginning of the trend. One is the consolidation. You have fewer conferences. I mean, a conference, again, it literally died. The Pac-12 died. And if you lose the power schools from those conferences, that's going to hurt you. But again, the other part is, as long as college sports are operating like they are now, in that you can leave after a year and there's no penalty for it, the players that are on mid-majors are oftentimes going to jump up to high major schools.
Mm-hmm.
And like, look, sometimes players go back down. You know, that happens. A 5-star disappoints and maybe ends up at a different school. But I think more often than not, the players are going to come up, and that is going to hurt the product at the lower level. Will it be 4 conferences every year? Of course it won't. You know, you are a travel away last night in the Maryland game from having a 5th conference, and that 5th conference being the Mountain West.
It was a gather.
You know, thank you, Nick. So we were really close. We were really close. But other than that, it's not like a lot of other games were close. You know, I mean, I guess St. John's, maybe you can, if you squint, but.
Well, UConn, Florida.
And UConn, Florida. That's a good call before Florida went on that crazy run late.
Dan Hurley had some words of wisdom for the Baylor squad as he made his way off the floor yesterday in a moment captured by a Charlotte reporter.
I hope they don't do that to you, Baylor.
That's the video that's gone viral online of UConn head coach Dan Hurley voicing his displeasure with the referees and the Huskies' loss to the #1 ranked Florida Gators. Charlotte Sports Live's own Joey Ellis took that video and then was confronted by UConn Director of Communications Bobby Mullen. Mullen asked for that video that had gone viral to be removed. He then threatened Joey, saying he would, quote, ruin his life if he didn't. This was heard by multiple other reporters and staff on hand. Our management asked Mullen for a statement on the incident, and here's what he said. The lasting image of Coach Hurley leaving the court should have been his walking off the court arm in arm with the seniors, overwhelmed with emotion. Instead, a reporter who was in an area he should not have been recorded on his cell phone a private comment made to members of another coaching staff, end quote. Charlotte Sports Live and Queen City News, stand by Joey Ellis's reporting.
Did UConn lose because of officials? And what do you think of the allegations of a threat to take down the video by UConn's SID?
So, again, the threat was that this reporter's life would be ruined if he didn't take down the video. Later, the UConn SID responded to the Charlotte Sports Live. That's the media outlet that you just heard, and that's the outlet who recorded this video of Hurley. And if you couldn't understand, it was Hurley walking off the floor. Baylor's getting ready to run on the floor, and Hurley is saying, Baylor, I hope you guys don't get bleeped by the refs as bad like we did.
Yeah.
That's what he was implying.
Yeah.
And so the SID at UConn
Got mad at the reporter.
Then responded on Twitter. PR man yells at reporter, news at 11, being sarcastic. I have a journalism degree, and I know the difference between reporting and seeking out gotcha moments. My temper flared a bit in a moment of weakness after a loss, but I think the journalists I work with regularly would vouch for me. He then later took that tweet down.
Mm-hmm. First of all, I don't think the refs screwed him.
I never got that impression. I didn't feel like UConn got an unfair whistle.
No, what happened was that UConn was up by 6 points with 10 minutes left, and then Creighton from Florida went on a heater, knocked in a ton of shots, and UConn couldn't buy a basket.
Nope.
That's why they lost the game. This, I think, is wild. I saw a tweet earlier. Let me find it from Jimmy Traina, who writes for SI.com. And Traina tweeted about the SID. This is so weird. Dan Hurley has fully embraced being a heel and acting like a maniac and bully. So why would UConn's communications director threaten to ruin a reporter over a harmless video showing Hurley acting like he usually acts? That's the crazy part. Like, was he in a spot he wasn't supposed to be? Like, I guess I don't know. I don't know what the behind the scenes situations are like, because I have walked freely in and out of those areas all the time at tournaments that I have gone to.
You have the ability to walk around there.
Yeah, exactly. And
Now,
so if you're supposed to say, like, he shouldn't have been recording, are those the rules? As of this moment in time, they're certainly not.
I mean, I saw videos of other teams coming off the floor. Usually it's reaction shots, whether it's celebratory or guys arm in arm, crying after they played their last game or whatever the case may be. So this was not an unusual case. And the organization, if there was something illegal or outside of the rules that was done here, the people that should have been commenting were the people who were the host institution or the host site.
Correct.
Saying this wasn't gathered properly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do think it's a little aggressive.
Yeah.
What the SID at UConn has done here. And, I mean, really, it's not a great look. It's not a great look when you're threatening somebody.
Horrible look.
And I wouldn't even say it's necessarily a gotcha moment. I mean, it happened. It came off the floor. Dan Hurley gives us a gotcha moment every game. And it's captured on the floor. So, yeah, I think this is not a great look for this SID or for UConn.
No.
Speaking of losing coaches, here was Rick Pitino after the St. John's loss on Saturday.
Roger Rubin from Newsday. Rick, you had RJ on the bench, for a pretty long stretch at the end. Was that just because he just wasn't making them, or was there something more to it?
Played 30 minutes. It's a long time.
So he was tired?
No, played 30 minutes, and I went with other people. You already know the answers, Roger. You're asking leading questions. You already know it. So don't ask leading questions. You already know why he didn't play.
Okay. What's going on here?
Well, he obviously was dissatisfied with how RJ Lewis had responded in this game and thought it was time to put him on the bench. Personally, I think Rick Pitino is going to get a lot of grace here because of who he is and his Hall of Fame credentials. But in my opinion, that's your best player.
Yeah.
Your season's on the line. Your best player should be on the floor. And
even if he's struggling.
Even if he's struggling. I've seen great players struggle. But he gave you a better chance to win than others who were out there in his place. So, sure, he's going to get a lot of grace here because of who he is, but I thought it was a mistake not to have him out there on the floor. I appreciate the fact that Pitino wasn't going to rip him publicly.
Yeah.
But I think it was a mistake.
Yeah, and we talked about it earlier. The only thing I guess that I would hear is if he just didn't think he was engaged like he should have been in the game. I mean, he very much looked disengaged on the bench, but how much of that was because he was benched in the most important moment of the game? Man, you got to keep your best players out there. Conference Player of the Year, All-American, and he is not on the floor for the most important part of their entire season. Imagine how awkward it would have been if they would have actually came back and won, and what that would have. All the questions still would have been there for the game next week.
Iowa basketball is going to stay in-state for its next coach, hiring Ben McCollum away from Drake. Is this a good hire, or is Iowa trying to do it on the cheap?
I think it's a good hire, right? He is obviously from Iowa City. He had success in his 1 year at Drake. All the ball knowers in my life say he's a good coach, so I'm going to go with the ball knowers here.
I think actually both are true. He is a good coach. This is a good hire. He had great success at the Division II level at Northwest Missouri State.
Yeah.
But I also, part of this too is a couple other candidates they thought they might be in on. One in particular, Darren DeVries, decided, no, I'm going to go to that Indiana. I'm going to go to the other I school, or one of the other I schools in the Big Ten, and where they have more revenues that they can spend on my program. I think this hire can be both good and, in a way, doing it on the cheap. Not that McCollum's going to come cheap, but if there's a guy who has proven that he can do more with less because of the levels that he's had to come from, it's him.
Yeah.
And I think this is probably the best case scenario given where Iowa has been. But good luck if you're not going to fund NIL.
Yeah.
Good luck if you think you're going to be able to get away with being in the bottom third of the Big Ten in terms of spending on players and winning games. Maybe McCollum can work some magic and Iowa can still be in contention for tournaments. And maybe Iowa basketball can continue to do what Iowa football's done and be satisfied with, bumping their head on that ceiling. But you're not going to go beyond that ceiling, not if you're not willing to spend.
Yeah.
Colorado and Syracuse have filed a waiver with the NCAA to try to have a joint spring game next month. Will this get passed?
It will, but there's a part of me that wants it not to. And not to spite Prime, not to spite the idea.
To spite us football fans that want to watch football.
You're not going to watch, and you know it.
I might be on in the background.
No, you
won't. It's a football game. I'll watch.
It's not.
It's a spring game.
It's a practice.
It's like an exhibition.
It's a practice.
I watch exhibition NFL games. How is this any different?
How many?
I mean, they're on in the background. It'll be on in the background.
Mm-hmm. The only reason I want them to not pass it is just for the takes. Because it's a common sense idea. It's one way to keep this dying industry alive, the industry of spring football, public spring football practices. But just as the NCAA won't enforce anything else or can't enforce anything else, that they would swoop in and stop something like this. I just want it for the takes. But I think they should let it happen.
And so you think they will? I've gone back and forth on this. I just don't know an argument against it that they could come forward with that would actually land fairly well. And even if they did, there's a part of me that wonders if the schools would just say, screw you. I don't think they will. I think I to answer the ultimate question, I will say it does get passed. Because I can't really come up with an argument against it beyond just general player safety. But why are you practicing to begin with then?
I will be curious to see if they were to not say why they wouldn't allow it to happen.
Yeah.
Finally, Tiger Woods has a new girlfriend, guys.
Oh!
He confirmed it. It's Donald Trump Jr.'s ex-wife, Vanessa.
Oh!
Does this mean Tiger won't be invited to spend the night in the Lincoln bedroom?
Now, I don't engage with discussion of relationships on the internet these days, but I did see someone say that she is still tight with the family. So even were they married or were they just dating? They were married.
Yeah, this is
so maybe
Don Jr.'s ex-wife.
Ex-wife. Okay, I think he might get invited. I think it seems like they're all friends still. He's a big Trump guy.
How would that go over though? Don Jr.'s hanging around playing with his Lincoln logs, in the bedroom, and then all of a sudden his ex-wife shows up with Tiger Woods.
Well, he'd say, "Why are you in the Lincoln bedroom?"
What's that perfume you're wearing?
She's not Gen Z though, Nick. That's a good point though.
Tiger is one strange dude.
He is indeed, John. He is
one
indeed.
strange. And the fact that he's willing to post this out there in public.
Well, so apparently, because then at the end he says, "We appreciate privacy." So I was confused by this as well, and it seems like people on the internet are saying he did it so then they could control the messaging of here's our first official photo as a couple. but leave us alone now.
But it also does feel like something a 14-year-old would post.
Oh, we're girlfriend and boyfriend now.
We're official.
Oh, that's exciting.
Actually, it comes across as something like a 17-year-old high school kid would do. Please respect my decision.
Yes.
I'm flipping my commit from Auburn to Georgia. Please respect my decision.
The photo of them laying together was an all-time.
Who took that?
Yeah,
picture?
it's not him. It's not a selfie. Unless he has a selfie stick, I guess.
Yeah, but what hand is he holding it with?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it'd have to be his right hand down here.
Plus, it almost makes Tiger Woods look like a wax.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Like a wax statue.
Yeah.
Or that he's dead.
Yeah, very interesting.
Well, there you go. Good on you, Tiger.
Congrats to Tiger. Another relationship.
I wonder if she can swing a 9-iron as well as Elin could.
Elin? Oh.
By throwing it at his SUV. After he inevitably cheats on her.
Tiger has been a weirdo forever. Yeah, you read the book about Tiger or watch the documentary on HBO. He's had quite the life. Quite the life.
Well, thank Earl for that.
Yeah. Oh, R.I.P.
Nah.
Wow. He's a veteran. He fought for our country. And you want him to rest in the other version of P?
Not a great father. Well, not a great father figure.
No arguments here.
When we come back, what's for dinner?
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I think tonight is burrito bowls. I only know this
who are
because
you, me?
the wife was
spoilers
prepping some chicken and finally used the rice cooker that has been sitting in the packaging since Christmas.
Rice cookers kick ass.
Dude, rice cookers are awesome.
And so I believe it is burrito bowls.
I'm glad I finally rice pilled you guys.
I love rice. Speaking of rice, chicken fried rice. Making it on the griddle tonight.
You're telling me a chicken fried this rice?
Oh my gosh, Nick.
Ooh, I wonder if some of the scent from the people who've been using that grill for other purposes gets into the chicken fried rice.
I never even think about that, and then I come to the studio, and that's all I think about.
Our goal is for you to think about it every time you look at your grill.
I hope I never do. We had steaks on it last night. Very tasty.
Don't know. Have no idea. No
Unreal.
earthly idea.
Unreal.
We had some good eats in Lexington. They have a pretty good little restaurant scene there.
Yeah, well, you kept tweeting about that ice cream that you enjoyed.
Oh, man, that ice cream.
Shut up about the ice cream.
Did you at least watch Airplanes?
No, I was watching
waste
basketball.
Of ice cream.
I was watching basketball while eating the ice cream. It was delicious.
That Creighton fan, she had the ice cream cone in her hand, cheering. Yeah,
she loved that ice cream.
It was good ice cream. Very good ice cream.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some there's a pretty good little restaurant scene.
Good.
There in Lexington.
That's exciting. It's
so,
exciting.
Had some delicious Kentucky fried chicken.
Nice.
They just call it fried chicken there.
But they just called it
we
fried
already
chicken.
made that joke.
I made that joke
Remember,
first.
Ian made that joke. It was very funny. Ian, very funny joke.
I
Ian.
did it first.
Very funny joke.
They had a pimento cheese spread that like a dip. You know what you do in the little cast iron skillet.
Oh,
and they bring out some
yeah.
chips
So
and
it's
stuff.
nice and warm.
Very good.
Yeah.
What
was the restaurant called? Do you remember?
OBC Kitchen.
OBC.
It's in South Lexington.
Okay.
But it's got a really interesting menu. There was a lot of. I mean, I would have liked to have gone there a couple of times just to try some of the other things.
Oh, gastropub. I love going to a gastropub. I don't know exactly what it means, but it makes me excited to eat.
Is that place we went to in Vegas? Is that a gastropub?
Which place?
The one where we went with John and Happer. We had to walk.
That might have been a gastropub.
It was a good.
That
pub.
was. Yeah, we did it. Walk down some interesting streets.
Yes, we did.
Very interesting streets. Did you have the Lake Watcher Farms bone-in fried chicken?
Yes,
John?
we
Is that what you
did.
had? Oh, that sounds awesome.
It was good. It was
long name
really
for
good.
chicken.
It was really good.
Sounds tasty.
And then we had the appetizer, bacon in a glass.
What's that?
Was it bacon that they put in a glass?
It was maple. You know how you put some maple syrup or maple sugar on bacon and bake it,
mm-hmm.
and then they had a peanut butter dipping sauce.
Oh,
interesting.
That sounds
good.
It was really good. Nice thick cut bacon.
Speaking of good, Tuesday Grum.
Baseball. So much baseball tomorrow.
Too much, some would say.
Mike Farron is back, and
he has a story.
He has a story about an encounter from this past weekend.
Wow.
It will tie a lot of things back together.
It definitely will.
So until then, have a great rest of your Monday.